Good morning.
Morning, Judge.
All right. See you and I can hear you.
How you doing?
I'm doing good. We have kind of a warm weather today. We're supposed to be in the 40s.
Yeah, I think it's supposed to be pretty warm here too. The sun is nice and bright this morning. Yeah, blue skies in the Twin Cities, so that's nice.
Yeah. So go out and look at the convergence of Jupiter and Saturn tonight then.
The convergence of what?
Jupiter and Saturn.
Oh, okay.
They're like this. They're coming together and they're supposed to be almost on top of each other on December 21st for the first time in like 800 years or something like that.
Oh my goodness. All right.
A once in a lifetime event. You'll be able to tell them when you look at them, it's to the west. Let's see, get that right. West, southwest.
Okay.
They're fairly bright. One of them is kind of reddish tint to it. The other one's kind of white.
Yeah, I've seen them. I've seen them over the course of the summer, and they're extremely bright. I didn't realize they were going to be that close to each other, so I'll have to keep track of that.
So yeah, I'm hoping for anytime now. They're pretty close right now. I was looking at them the other day, and I was like, oh wow. Then I read about it. Oh wow. So okay, like
Yeah.
all kind of excited there. I missed Haley's comet when it came around last time, so
Yeah.
if I can live that long, I don't think I'd want to go, but
Right.
I didn't get
Do you have any snow up there?
not really.
Yeah. There's no snow here in the Twin Cities either, and I'm not shedding any tears. So
I like snow though.
yeah, I don't mind snow at all. But I definitely am not shedding any tears that I haven't had to move a lot of snow yet this winter. So I love to look at it and play in it. I just moving it sometimes can be a handful. So
How much shoveling? Yeah, how much space do you have to shovel?
I don't have a ton, and now I've got these two boys that are pretty able-bodied, so I can be the foreman, and
You can give directions, huh?
Yeah. On the weeks that they're here at my house, when they're not, then I get my mittens and boots on and stuff like that. Morning, Leah.
Morning, Andrew. Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, Leah. How are you doing today?
Good.
Morning, Katie.
Good morning.
There you are. Hi, Katie. How are you?
Good.
Katie rescued me today.
What was that?
I said, Katie rescued me today. I was all set up yesterday for this hearing today, putting all the paperwork and stuff together. Then all of a sudden, things I had yesterday, I couldn't find today. So she came across for me.
Hey, that's what clerks are supposed to do. They're supposed to save judges. So.
And she does that all the time for me. So.
Yeah. Hell, Leah was wearing a cape when she was out in South Dakota.
A cape, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Saving everybody, huh?
Yeah, if it weren't for Leah, man, that federal district court judge out in South Dakota, he wouldn't have been able to tie his shoes in the morning. So.
Well, yeah, that's my opinion of clerks. They're right there, man. I tell you. So, Andrew, you were talking about your son's being able-bodied. I remember the first time my son came out to help me shovel snow. Man, it was like a 2-hour work task, turned in like about 25 minutes. Because he wasn't home because he went to college and then he came home and he was home one day. And he came out and helped me. Man, that task became really easy all of a sudden.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, especially when the plow truck comes through and piles it all up at the end of the driveway. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Oh, yeah.
yeah. But I finally when was it? I think it was either last year or the year before that. It was the first time that I ever owned a blower. I finally got a blower, and that I shouldn't complain because that thing, you know, before I always just shoveled, but then I got that blower and it kind of changed my life. So
My son put a plow on his truck this year.
there you go.
Instead of spending out all day outside, now you're just out there maybe a couple hours.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can be drinking coffee and moving snow.
I'm gonna wanna, we have 2 entrances into the house and there's steps, and we just generally let the guy that was plowing us, he would just plow up that entrance to the steps, and so we just let that go. But this year, if Joe can keep that area reasonably not packed in, I'll keep the steps open for the winter. I don't mind doing that. I don't mind shoveling.
Yeah.
Became really easy when I discovered the snow scoop. All of a sudden I have to pick up and make 100 trips across I have a double wide sidewalk driveway, so and it's probably about 20 yards long or so.
Yeah, I don't have the biggest driveway, but you know, the thing that always used to get me, and it still does, is when that, you know, that plow truck will come through at the most, yeah, like at the most unopportune time, you know, and just piles up all kinds of snow at the end of the driveway. So
Especially when it's wet, heavy snow.
mm-hmm.
I used to live on a corner, and it was right next to kind of a main street and a side street, and the plow would come around the corner off the main street, and he'd turn right down and he'd go, and it seemed like all that snow fell right in my driveway.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
that'd be like 4 feet, 5 feet, sometimes 6 feet of snow that had to be shoveled.
Yeah, yeah. Well, and I used to work with some folks that in the wintertime they would always complain when it rained, you know, during the winter. And I used to always shake my head and be like, hell, at least we don't have to shovel rain. You know, I mean, what the hell are you complaining about? So
Don't have to shovel rain, right?
right. Morning, Ashley.
Morning.
Morning, Ashley.
Good morning.
I got an email notification that Attorney Anderson tried joining the Zoom link for the pretrial conference, so I just sent him the link for this one. So I would assume he's going to be joining us here momentarily. So.
Okay.
Yes.
So while we have a couple minutes, I have a request. We have a hearing scheduled for next Thursday.
Yes.
Can we start that at 10 o'clock?
That's fine with me, Your Honor.
I have a doctor's appointment that's really hard to schedule in, and they have time for me next Thursday at 9. So, so if you guys can schedule that for 10 o'clock that day, if you can let the defense attorney know that, we could do that on Wednesday.
So on Thursday, it would we would start at 10.
Yes.
Okay.
What I need new glasses, and it shouldn't take long because all I got to do is go in and sign some paperwork. But those guys are they're only open 1 day a week, and it's on Thursdays. They don't have very many open spots, so. When I first became the prosecutor, the judge was very punctual. As soon as we had a big clock in the courtroom, and as soon as the second hand hit the top of the hour, that's when he would start his hearings. He was the judge of this case, we would be into default right now.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I just got another notification that he tried he tried joining the link for tomorrow. So
Can wait.
yeah. Let's hope Bruce has got somebody else shooting deer for him, because his aim's a little off with, he was a little in front of, and then behind, and so.
Yeah, I'll be right back. Are you doing something today? So do you get to read the latest Supreme Court decision regarding Mr. Trump's challenges to the election?
I just read the some of the a newspaper article explaining the case, Your Honor.
I gotta say that's the briefest opinion I've ever seen. If not an opinion, but a decision, 1 sentence long.
Mhm.
I'm thinking that's a comment all by itself.
It is. It is. That one sentence speaks volumes. So yeah, let's hope we don't have as much of a reality TV type atmosphere around the Oval Office with this new administration. So it just seemed kind of weird. The almost like unbecoming of the presidency to have somebody send in all caps, Twitter posts at 2 a.m. ranting about off the wall stuff. So
Well, if he gets all his cabinet members selected that he's asking for, there'll be a definite change at that level.
mhm.
Hopefully, can repair our relationships with our other countries that have been so damaged.
Mhm. I might try giving Bruce's office a phone call.
Please do that.
Okay. All right, just bear with me for a second.
No problem.
Yeah, he should be on momentarily. I think they were having some technical issues. So
Understood. So the good news is the Bucks start playing basketball this weekend. If you're a Bucks fan.
So it's that quick, huh? That when does their season start?
Normally end of October.
Okay.
They did it pretty good last year, but I don't know about this year. Last year they were down all in one spot, and nobody was supposed to leave the bubble, as they called it.
Mm-hmm.
But this year they're going to do traveling, like, and I don't know. That's just a recipe for disaster, if you ask me.
Also, they're not going to try and do a bubble again?
No.
Well, they better hope. I mean, the thing that's so crazy about this pandemic, I mean, it seemed like when it first got serious, it seemed like all of these professional athletes and Hollywood stars had access to testing a whole lot quicker than, normal folks. And so these professional leagues like the NBA, if they're going to be traveling, they better hope that these vaccines are, effective, and they probably already have some, a line on enough doses, right, for, their folks, while the rest of us are, sitting around waiting. We'll be waiting for it. So,
However, from my perspective, they can be the test cases to see if this actually works.
right, right. Yeah, I'm kind of with you, Judge. It's kind of like a new computer, like a computer system's operating, like its operating system. I'd much rather let other people kind of test it out first before I jump in. So
Exactly.
yeah, kind of the same with some new company that comes out with some famous like hot dogs. I'd rather let them kind of work out the kinks of their recipe before I jump in. So
So where'd you get that paint you have over your shoulder?
I got it from a guy. He's he's over in Michigan. He's in Grand Rapids, and his name is Alan Campo, and he is there's a tribe there in Grand Rapids that is not federally recognized as the Grand River Band of Ottawa Indians, and I think he's a member there, but he also has a connection to the Little Traverse Bay Band of Odawa Indians up in the northern part of the state, and bought it from him. He's a really, really good artist. He's done some great murals around the Grand Rapids, kind of like that whole area kind of Michigan, like around Grand Rapids all the way over to Lansing, and then down towards like Kalamazoo and stuff like that.
Oh, wow, nice.
Yeah.
Alan Campbell?
Yeah, Alan Campo. Yep. Morning, Bruce.
Good morning. I'm not sure what happened there, but like I said, I've been trying and couldn't get through. And now I got the new link. Better link.
Good morning.
Good morning,
Mr.
Judge.
How are you today? Are you
Just
ready to
fine.
go?
Sorry about the delay.
Okay. Mr. Oustigoff,
Yes.
Just wanted to hear you. That's just a voice check.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. All right, are we expecting anyone else?
Not from the defense.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, read the case, please.
Case today is in the interest of the St. Croix tribe versus Neal Senior. Case number 20-CB-206. Presiding today is the Honorable Judge Stephen Bowie. The appearances for the record, Your Honor, are for the tribe, Andrew Adams, Ashley Duffy, and Leah Cagers. And for the defendant, Bruce Anderson, with his client, Neal Oustigoff Senior.
Morning, everyone.
Morning, Your Honor.
Morning, Judge.
Morning.
My records show that this is the time scheduled for a trial, day one. You guys worked on any kind of settlement?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. That in mind, I'll note that the tribe has filed a complaint, makes certain allegations. The tribe has the burden of proof here. The burden of proof is clear, convincing, and satisfying. The complaint has a whole number of allegations, and it's up to the tribe who has the burden to do that. As such, the tribe will go first. They'll be given an opportunity to make an opening statement. After they've completed their opening statement, I'll give the defendant an opportunity to make an opening statement. After that has been done, the tribe will then present their case in chief. After the tribe has presented their case, the defendant will be given an opportunity to present his case. And then after that, the court will make a decision after you guys have done all that. At the end of you guys presenting your cases, you'll both be given an opportunity to make a closing argument. The question that I have for both of you is, are you just going to call your witnesses when you're ready to put them on the record since we're doing this virtually?
Yes, Your Honor. I mean, at whatever time, we decide to call witnesses, we would ask the court to take a recess so we can get them onto the Zoom in some type of orderly fashion.
Okay, works for me. Ms. Anderson, is that okay for you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. So then today, right now, at this particular point in time, I'm going to entertain an opening statement from the tribe.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court, Your Honor, we are here today to take up the matter of St. Croix Chippewa Indians of Wisconsin versus Neal Oustigoff. It's case number 20-CV-206. And Your Honor, to put it simply, this is a situation where one of the tribe's own members who held a position of responsibility and authority concerning the operation of the tribe's casinos received and accepted disbursements directly from the casinos that were not offered to the general tribal membership. This evidence that the tribe will present will establish that Mr. Oustigoff received, accepted, and kept thousands of dollars of unlawful disbursements directly from the St. Croix casinos. And again, Your Honor, these were disbursements and monies that were not generally available to all tribal members, but were made available to Mr. Oustigoff. Additionally, Your Honor, the tribe will establish through documentary evidence and testimony that Mr. Oustigoff violated the tribe's gaming ordinance when he received and kept excess payments for travel, when he received and kept numerous advance payments, and when he received and kept several miscellaneous payments. And because of this, Your Honor, the tribe will urge that the judge, or I'm sorry, that urge the court to find Mr. Oustigoff liable for the above counts. And it will also ask for a declaratory judgment under the tribe's election ordinance that provides that he's not a qualified candidate to run for office in the future. And so with that, Your Honor, the tribe would like to call Mr. Oustigoff as a witness to testify in the case.
Is there anything else you want to add to your opening?
No, Your Honor. I mean, in general, I mean, Your Honor, in the discovery responses that Mr. Oustigoff provided and which we're prepared to discuss today during trial, I mean, Mr. Oustigoff on the record admitted to receiving and accepting those disbursements, and through witness testimony, I'd like to get those pieces of documentary evidence on the record so that they're properly before the court and you can make a determination. And Your Honor, I mean, we'll also establish on the record that Mr. Oustigoff held a position with the tribe's casinos that were directly tied to financial compliance, and Mr. Oustigoff should have been well aware of the issues surrounding disbursements provided directly to individuals and their legality, both under federal and tribal law.
Have you completed your opening?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Anderson, do you want to make an opening statement now?
I do, Your Honor, if it pleases the court. Neal Oustigoff Sr. was a compliance officer in the anti-money laundering position. He was a senior manager, but he had zero power over any of the financial dealings of the tribe or the tribal council. He could not order up a check and have it paid to him. That had to go through other channels. For these reasons, I think it's going to be very important for the court to analyze each and every individual transaction that the tribe alleges was improper. The purpose of the various payments, as well as the process for those payments to be made, will have to be analyzed. Certain of these payments were requested by my client as advances on payroll. And that's clearly documented by the tribal records, which have been submitted to us. The payroll withholding was placed into effect, and he paid payments on the ones that he requested out of withholding. Now, there were circumstances during his employment with the tribe. Mr. Oustigoff's daughter was killed, and pursuant to tribal practice and custom, tribal funds were transferred to his family as well as to others for help with the necessary proceedings. The position that we are taking within the gaming ordinance as well as the Gaming Act, the language talks about that the money can be used for the tribe and its members. That's an interpretation issue. It doesn't say only for tribal projects that benefit more than individuals. It just says and its members. And Mr. Oustigoff is an enrolled member of the St. Croix tribe. So with that said, Judge, what I want, as we go through these, there's going to be different reasons and different processes that were followed. So that's why I say each individual transaction will need to be appropriately analyzed, which I'm sure, of course, the court will do in its fact finding. And that's all I have for an opening. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Adams, your case.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. So I'd like to call Mr. Oustigoff as a witness, Your Honor, and if the court would go ahead and swear him in.
Neal, will you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Oustigoff.
Good morning.
And Mr. Oustigoff, could you state your full name for the record, please?
Neal Lee Oustigoff Sr.
Okay. And would you provide the court with your address, please?
4501 Sand Point Road, Webster, Wisconsin, 54893.
Okay. And your home, is that located on trust lands of the St. Croix Chippewa Indians of Wisconsin?
Yes, it's in the Sand Lake community.
Okay. And Mr. Oustigoff, just can you confirm that you're an enrolled tribal member of the St. Croix Chippewa Indians of Wisconsin?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Thank you. And Mr. Oustigoff, would you please just kind of walk us through your educational background, like where you went to school, like K through 12, and then if you did any post-secondary studies?
I graduated from Siren Schools in 1989. I attended Siren from kindergarten through 12th grade. I enrolled in UW Stout in 1990 as an applied math major. I attended 1 year at UW Stout, and back in 2008, I enrolled at the LCO Community College, casino management courses for an associate's degree. And I completed a year there.
And Mr. Oustigoff, could you walk us through like just the types of classes that you took at LCO Community College for the year that you were there?
I took food and beverage, hospitality, forces, security and surveillance. And other general studies as far as what I needed, math and accounting. I had general accounting and computerized accounting.
Okay. And did you complete the degree program, Mr. Oustigoff?
No, I did not.
Okay. And so, Mr. Oustigoff, can you walk us through your employment history?
With the tribe?
I mean, kind of start. Feel free to start. With the first first job you had, and just kind of walk us through your history, if you don't mind.
Well, my first job I had was a youth worker for the tribe. I worked that all through high school. And then upon graduation, I moved to Alaska and worked for Alaska Commercial Fishing Company, where we sent goods throughout the state of Alaska into the bush. And then I moved back home. And at that time, that's when I enrolled at UW Stout. And then after there, I went to work for the Wisconsin DNR as a limited term employee for the summer. And after working with the Wisconsin DNR, that's when I started at the St. Croix Casino in Turtle Lake at the old Brenneman building. There I was hired as a slot tech. I worked that for approximately 3.5 months, and then the general manager at the time met with me and said that he was putting me in the back into the offices where I was I handled all the slot drops, blackjack table drops, bingo. I was a reconciliation clerk, internal audit, cage and vault. I handled supplying them the cage with the monies they needed. And then when we opened the new building, I transferred over to the cage department in our new casino as a cage supervisor for the second shift, where I had 35 employees under me, 37. And I worked there for approximately a year. And then I was promoted up to change manager, where I ran the change department. And I worked there for approximately 6 months, and then I was promoted up to casino shift manager, and I held that position until 1999. And then I went back to the Siren schools, where I was a tutor and mentor for our native children that were at Siren. We had approximately over 100 native students in Siren public schools. And I was hired by our JOM parent group to work at the school alongside Francis Decor and Beverly Oustigoff. And I worked there for approximately 2 years. And then I was asked to head up an internet gaming division that the tribe was looking at doing. And I did that for approximately 6 months. And then I went back to the school. And then when I was eventually let go by a new tribal council, I went back to school. Or no, I didn't do anything. And then I got hired on as a class 2 gaming analyst. And then I was transferred over to the Hurdle Express to work as an interim maintenance manager. And then I was asked to be the project manager when we did the expansion at the old Hurdle Express, and we added 50 more machines to the property. And then new council came in. I was let go when the new council came in, and then I was hired after that when another council came in to be the general manager of the Hurdle Express in September or in August. And then I was asked numerous times, but finally accepted in January of that following year to be the GM at the St. Croix Casino, Turtle Lake. And I held that position. And from 2012 to October of 2013. And then September 2014, I was hired as the AML compliance officer. And then when the senior officer left, I was moved up to the senior compliance officer. And then eventually transferred over to financial analyst for the Hurdle Express and St. Croix for the new council came in and let me go.
And Mr. Oustigoff, are you currently employed?
No, I am not.
Okay.
I've applied for jobs through the tribe. When the housing director position was open, I applied for that, but the HR manager at the time told me that my application never made it to consideration because one council member said it was never going to happen and threw it in the trash. It's a member of this current council.
And so, Mr. Oustigoff, like I mean, you've got a tremendous amount of gaming experience, work experience. Can you kind of walk me through any type of like specialized training that you received, you know, for the tribal gaming industry, like say, like any trainings that were done by the National Indian Gaming Association or the National Indian Gaming Commission or kind of other trade organizations?
I attended AML training, anti-money laundering training through Casino Essentials. 3 years.
Okay. And Mr. Any specific trainings to like when your times when you served as a general manager?
No.
Okay. And then when it came to like your compliance officer duties, were there any specific trainings related to that work?
That was the Casino Essential.
Okay. And was the Casino
My
Essential
compliance position was anti-money laundering,
Okay.
not casino finances.
I'm sorry. So you just focused on anti-money laundering and not necessarily like the finances of the casino. Is that correct?
I'm sorry.
Okay, now we're back.
Well, we're back. I don't know what happened there.
Oh, that's fine. So I can repeat my question. I was just kind of curious. When you said you focused on anti-money laundering, was that you were just focused on Title 31 compliance? Is that correct?
Yes, that was my job.
Okay, and with any of these positions, were you ever involved with, like, say, the casino's finances in general?
As a financial analyst, I got reports that were sent to me, but I was never a party to creating the reports or doing any of the finance work.
Okay.
As a compliance officer, the Title 31, we weren't in the chain of command through the casino.
So, then who did you report to, Mr. Oustigoff?
At first, we reported to the tribal attorney. I can't remember his name offhand. Eric Loken, that's who it was. And then when the new elections happened and he was let go, they had us reporting to the CFO. And then when he left, they had us reporting to the CEO. And then when he left, we were reporting directly to the EDC board.
And what year did you begin reporting directly to the EDC board?
2018, 2019, beginning of 2019.
And was there like a particular person on the EDC board that you interacted with?
Well, mostly my dealings with were with Keith O'Brien.
Okay. And do you remember Mr. O'Brien's title?
We seem to be frozen again.
Yeah, I can restate that question. So, Mr. Oustigoff, do you recall what Keith O'Brien's title was for the EDC?
He was chairman.
Okay. Okay. I'd like to. I've got two personnel action forms that I would just like to that I'd like to share with the court and Mr. Oustigoff, if that's all right with you, Your Honor.
Proceed.
Okay, so Mr. Oustigoff, can you see this this St. Croix, this document that's titled St. Croix Chippewa Enterprises Personnel Authorization Form at the top there?
You appear to be hearing nothing. I'm sorry.
Attorney Anderson, can you and Mr. Oustigoff see this document that I'm sharing?
We can.
Okay. Okay. So, Mr. Oustigoff, are you familiar with this document? Does this document, have you seen this document before? Are you familiar with what this document is?
No, I was just told it was gonna happen.
Okay. But in general, like while you were working for the casinos, was it, did you ever review, like, say, a personnel authorization form for yourself or another employee that say that you supervised?
No,
Okay. Did you ever have any staff that worked for you when you were held any positions of authority at the casino?
I was a compliance officer, no.
Okay. So, Mr. Oustigoff, you did testify that you functioned as general manager at some point for at least one of the casinos.
Yes,
Okay, so were you the
that was
interim
in
general manager?
2012.
Oh, I'm sorry. What years?
I was the general manager in Turtle Lake in 2012.
Okay, and how long were you the interim general manager of Turtle Lake?
I was the general manager from 2012 to 2013.
Okay. So in that time that you were the interim general manager at Turtle Lake, I would assume that you had staff that reported to you, correct, Mr. Oustigoff?
Yes,
Okay. But during that time, you never interacted with like any personnel action forms, for the casino?
well, at that time, yes.
Oh, okay. So where I'm going with this,
We're
Mr. Oustigoff, is I would just like some confirmation that this form looks like it looks familiar, like it was a normal type of PAF form that the casinos would have used, during the time that you were at the casinos.
Yes,
Okay. And so, Mr. Oustigoff, like this document, it towards the top, under job title, does it state compliance officer?
yes,
Okay, and this is this is a personnel action form related to your employment would it be the Danbury Casino at the time?
yes.
Okay.
The job title is compliance officer under the Department of the AML, which is Anti-Money Laundering Department, Title 31.
Right. And it seems like, Mr. Oustigoff, in that next section that's titled status change, it looks like the transfer box is checked, and you went from a anti-money laundering compliance officer to a financial analyst. Would you agree that that's what the document states?
Yes,
Okay. Okay, so Your Honor, I would ask the court to accept this document with the bait stamp of tribe NO0149, and that we've marked as Exhibit 1 is on the record for the court.
No
Mr.
objection,
Anderson?
no objection.
Okay. Accept it as exhibit 1 without objection.
Okay. And so, Mr. Oustigoff, for these two positions, for the the AML compliance officer and then the financial analyst, the training that you received was specific to the Casino Central training. Is that correct?
AML compliance officer.
Okay, and then
Hey, wait, I need to hear that answer again.
oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. Oustigoff, can you answer that question again, please? We lost him. They're back visually.
I believe we're back.
Mr. Adams, would you repeat that question, please, Mr. Adams?
Yes, Your Honor. So, Mr. Oustigoff, the training for the AML compliance officer was related to the Casino Central training, correct?
Casino Essentials.
Essentials, I'm sorry. And Mr. Oustigoff, could you explain to us was the length of the training? Was it like at a conference, or was it at a university, or could you explain kind of the background related to the Casino Essentials?
It was a conference, annual conference held at the Cosmopolitan in Las Vegas, Nevada.
Over how many days?
4.
And was it like specific to tribal gaming, or was it just kind of like gambling in general?
It was related to tribal gaming and regular gaming.
Okay. And so, Mr. Oustigoff, this next document that this is another personnel action form with and is your name at the top of the document?
Now it is. Go ahead.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, it is.
And so, Mr. Oustigoff, it seems that this personnel action form is related to, like, there's nothing under the status change section except for a date stamp of August 26th of 2019. Would you can you confirm that there's no writing in that section except for that date stamp?
Yes.
Okay, and then under the termination section, there's an involuntary termination box that is checked with some dates, and it states the reason for termination is gaming license suspended. See attached letter. Can you confirm that were you released from employment with the St. Croix casinos, either on August 26th of 2019 or August 27th of 2019?
Yes, I was let go of August 26th, 2019.
Okay. And can you tell me like the reasons given to you why you were let go?
Well, the NIGC had made a recommendation to our tribal, to our attorneys out in Washington, DC, that they were working with, that any persons that were listed on the NIGC violations that were employed at the casino would need to be let go. So myself and along with another 2 or 3 individuals were let go on that day.
And were you given any explanation as to why the NIGC was saying that you should be let go?
No. It was a directive from tribal council is all I was told.
Okay. I would ask the court that it accept this document that's stamped tribe NO0150 as a second piece to Exhibit 1.
Mr. Anderson?
No objection. However, the document makes reference to a gaming license suspended, see attached letter. I don't see the attached letter as part of this document.
Yeah, and I don't.
So I'd have no objection to what we.
Yeah, and I'm just asking that the court accept the document that is stamped tribe NO0150 onto the record.
No objection to that.
Okay, this is going to be accepted as Exhibit 1A or 1B. Katie,
Yes,
the first one's going to be 1A and this is going to be 1B.
okay,
And there needs to be noted that there is no attached letter as identified in 1B. So with that, the court accepts that document.
okay.
So, thank you, Your Honor. So, Mr. Oustigoff, like during your studies in casino management at LCO Community College, was there ever any like instruction or study of the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act of 1988?
Yes.
Okay. And so would you consider yourself to be familiar with the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act of 1988?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, it's been a while since I've read it.
Right. But when you were serving as like general manager of one of the tribe's casino properties or as a compliance officer, I mean, it would be fair to say that the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act controlled or had a huge influence on the operation of the tribe's casinos, correct?
Yes.
And it would you also agree that in order for the tribe and its casinos to operate legally under federal law that they would have to follow the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act?
Yes, as they negotiated with the states.
Okay, right. So this next document, Mr. Oustigoff, with it's got a stamp at the bottom of it that says tribe NO0101, and at the top, it in the header, it's got National Indian Gaming Commission notice of violation, and then NOV-19-02. Are you familiar with this document at all? Like, does this recollect any type of understanding or memories that you have?
Trying to come back.
We're waiting. Mr. Adams, please repeat the
back.
question.
Okay.
Mr. Adams, please repeat the question.
Okay. So Mr. Oustigoff, well, first of all, does this can you see the document that I'm sharing, screen sharing with you all?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
And are you familiar with this document at all?
No.
Okay. So Mr. Oustigoff, this is the notice of, are you familiar at all? Strike that, Your Honor. So Mr. Oustigoff, are you familiar with the names of the individuals that are on the front of this document?
Yes.
Okay. And so
Yes.
would it be fair to say, Mr. Oustigoff, that this notice of violation was addressed to the leadership at the St. Croix Chippewa Indians of Wisconsin?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Adams, just one question. This is dated November 1902. Is that?
No, Attorney Anderson, the NOV is that's not for November. That's for notice of violation. And then the 19-02 would be the NIGC's own internal kind of case number / docket numbering system.
I see that now.
Okay. And so, Mr. Oustigoff, are you familiar with the term notice of violation when used in context with the NIGC?
Hello? I don't know. We're not getting any
Okay, you're back now.
contact.
Can you
Pardon
hear
me?
me now?
I can.
Does it? So would it potentially be easier if you guys called in on a phone?
I'm on a modern piece of equipment and we've got incredible high-speed internet in my office. So I don't know what's happening here.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. So Mr. Oustigoff, can you Can you just explain to me like what your understanding of the National Indian Gaming Commission is? Like what they do?
Kind of make sure that the tribes, with the mix, the minimum internal control standards that they set forth, and also what the individual tribes set forth as a regulatory body.
Okay, so it would be fair to say that they've got authority over Indian gaming.
Well, my understanding is that they can make recommendations to a tribe as what to do, but they can't enforce the tribe to do that. As in hiring and firing of people, they can make recommendations, but I do believe they have some authority as regard as to following the mix. And if the mix isn't followed, yes, they do have authority.
Okay, and do you understand what that authority is if like say a casino is not following the mix?
Yes.
And could you explain to me what mix means?
Minimum internal control standards.
Okay. And are you familiar with the minimum internal control standards for the St. Croix casinos?
Yes.
Okay. So do you understand what at least when it comes to the NIGC, what a notice of violation means?
That there was a violation.
And do you understand like a violation of what? Would it be the mix, or would it be the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act, or?
That I wouldn't know unless I was shown the violation and what it violated. I mean, I don't, it's not up to me to decide. I just would follow.
Okay. So, Mr. Oustigoff, this document, this notice of violation was sent to the leadership at the St. Croix Chippewa Indians of Wisconsin, and on the second page of the notice of violation, it states the authority that the chairman of the NIGC has to, when it comes to like exercising authority, when it comes to the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act, and it states that that the NIGC may issue a notice of violation to any person for violation of any provision of the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act, the NIGC regulations, or any provision of a tribal gaming ordinance or resolution approved by the chairman. And then it cites to some federal law. Do you see that statement in the NOV?
Yes.
Okay. And so Mr. Oustigoff, would you agree with me that it's a big deal for a tribe if it receives a notice of violation because of the potential for some type of enforcement authority by the NIGC against the tribe related to its casinos?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Oustigoff, do you know when the St. Croix Chippewa Indians of Wisconsin first started casino gambling, like when they first opened a casino?
Oh, I want to say 1990,
Okay.
or before that, they had bingo, but I don't know the exact year.
Okay. And Mr. Oustigoff, do you see on this page of the NOV, which is it's got the tribe, it's stamped with tribe NO 0104, and it's page 4 of the NOV. Do you see where the state or the document states uses of net gaming revenue?
Yes,
Okay. And are you familiar, like based on your past education and training and then your experience working in the casino industry, are you familiar with these 5 permitted uses of net gaming revenue that are contained in the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act?
no,
So, Mr. Oustigoff, when you were a compliance officer, or I'm sorry, strike that. When you were a compliance officer, you were doing anti-money laundering. But when you were a financial analyst for the tribe, Mr. Oustigoff, these 5, you never like became familiar at all with these 5 like kind of restrictions within IGRA?
no,
So this is the first time you've heard about the 5 permitted uses of net gaming revenue under the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act?
well, I read about them after I was let go when they were posting these.
When they were posting the NOV?
Yes,
And where was the NOV posted, Mr. Oustigoff?
on the NAGC website.
Okay, so you did read this document before today?
Well, before today, but not when I was employed.
Okay, but but you know, Mr. Oustigoff, just a couple minutes ago, you testified that you had never seen this document before.
Well, you asked if I had seen it while I was a financial analyst, and no, I hadn't.
Okay, well, let me restate it, Mr. Oustigoff. Have you ever read this document before? Today?
Before today?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so when you read this document, Mr. Oustigoff, like I don't care when, but when you read the document before today's hearing, did these 5 restrictions on net gaming revenue, did they come as a surprise to you?
When it says to provide general welfare of the Indian tribe and its members, I was surprised that this was being brought up by the NIGC because the tribe has the option to provide for its members.
Right, as every tribe does. So, Mr. Oustigoff, have you are you familiar with what a per capita distribution is?
Yes.
Okay, so can you explain to me what a per capita distribution is?
It's a set amount that was approved by tribal council to set payments for its tribal membership of gaming revenues.
Okay, and Mr. Oustigoff, is your understanding of per capita distributions that would it be fair to say that they've got to be provided to everybody equally?
Yes.
Okay, so on this next page of the NOV, that has the bait stamp of tribe N0105. This first full paragraph where it talks about government programs to benefit individual members, would it be fair to say that you are familiar with, these requirements also when you were working, or were you unaware of these requirements when you were working for the casinos?
Wasn't aware of them because that's a tribal government issue.
Okay. So did these come as a surprise to you when you read this document before today's hearing?
Well, I wasn't surprised.
Okay.
I had nothing to do with the tribal government side and how they distributed their per capita.
Right. But are you familiar with what a revenue allocation plan is?
Yes.
And can you explain to me what a revenue allocation plan is, Mr. Oustigoff?
It is monies that were to be sent up to the tribal government that was established from the casino revenues.
Okay, so that next paragraph, Mr. Oustigoff, on the screen that I'm sharing, that last sentence where it says it also ensures that per capita payments are made equally to all tribal members or a particular group of members, and then it cites to 25 CFR Part 290, and then it goes on to say defining per capita payment as the distribution of money or other thing of value to all members of the tribe or to identified groups of members. Did you have an understanding before today's hearing about the need for those payments to be equally distributed to tribal members of a tribe if they're going to provide a per capita?
No.
So, Mr. Oustigoff, that next paragraph of the NOV states per capita payments made to individual tribal members on an ad hoc basis outside the scope of a rep, or payments made to individual members not made pursuant to a government program divert money from the tribe as a whole and thereby frustrate IGRA's policy of ensuring that the entire tribe benefit from tribal gaming rather than select individuals. More to the point here, such payments are an impermissible use of net revenue and a violation of IGRA. Did that paragraph come as a surprise to you, Mr. Oustigoff, when you read it before today's hearing?
Yes.
And so that came as a surprise to you?
Yes.
So, Mr. Oustigoff, when you read this document before today's hearing, did it come as a surprise to you that your name was mentioned in the NOV by the National Indian Gaming Commission?
Yes.
And Mr. Oustigoff, when you read this when you read this before today's hearing, did the amounts that the NIGC highlighted in the NOV, did that come as a surprise?
Yes, it did.
And can you explain to me, Mr. Oustigoff, like why it came as a surprise? I mean, do you dispute the fact that you received those payments?
I'm not disputing them, but I am saying that I paid back a majority of it through payroll deduction. And it's stated right on the disbursements of payroll deduction.
So, Mr. Oustigoff, where the NOV discusses the payment that was made on your behalf to the Internal Revenue Service, did you have an understanding before today's hearing that that when payments are made on someone else's behalf to the Internal Revenue Service, that's income to the individual?
I wasn't aware of that.
Okay. But Mr. Oustigoff, you can confirm that on Bates stamp tribe NO0117, which would be page 17 of the NOV, that the NOV lists that on July 27th of 2017, check number 186734 in the amount of $720 was paid on behalf of Neal Oustigoff Sr.
Yes, I see that.
And they've identified that this was done to the United States Treasury for back taxes. Did you know that those payments were being made on your behalf to the Internal Revenue Service?
Well, I had asked for an advance so I could pay it, but once it was paid, I was told it was a donation. I offered to pay it back.
Okay. And Mr. Oustigoff, do you know did the tribal government have, or strike that, Mr. Oustigoff, do you know if the casino had a program that was available to all tribal members to help them out with back taxes owed to either the United States government or to the state of Wisconsin?
No, that's why I asked for an advance.
And so, Mr. Oustigoff, can you confirm that on page tribe NO0118, which is page 18 of the NOV, that the NIGC has you listed under as receiving 26 payments totaling $25,234.92?
Yes.
And where the NIGC says that under sub number 3 there, that there is no evidence that the payments are legitimate operating expenses consistent with professional accounting pronouncements. Would you disagree with that statement made by the NIGC?
Sorry, what paragraph again?
Just below that, on page 18 of the NOV, under
Paragraph 3.
Yep, where it says there is no evidence that the payments are legitimate operating expenses consistent with professional accounting pronouncements. Therefore, they must be added back into net revenues, the spending of which is limited by IGRA, NIGC regulations, and the tribe's gaming ordinance.
No,
So just to be clear, you're not disagreeing with that statement, Mr. Oustigoff?
Just answer.
well, no, I'm not. I
Okay. And then that section continues on to page 19, which is Bates stamped tribe NO0119. And at the top of that page, under paragraph 4, it states the payments were not made pursuant to the tribe's revenue allocation plan, and there is no evidence to suggest that they fall within any of the uses of net gaming revenue categories permitted by IGRA, NIGC regulations, or the tribe's gaming ordinance. Do you disagree with that statement, Mr. Oustigoff?
no.
And then paragraph 5 goes on to say that, and I understand that all 70 payments weren't attributed to you. They're just adding up the payments that were made to yourself, to Leva Oustigoff, to Tristan Oustigoff, Will LaPointe, and Jacqueline Churchill. But it says each of the 70 payments is an improper use of net revenue, and therefore a violation of IGRA, the NIGC regulations, and the tribe's gaming ordinance. Do you disagree with that statement, Mr. Oustigoff?
No,
Okay. So, Your Honor, I would ask, I would respectfully ask the court that it accept the notice of violation in its entirety as Exhibit 2, and the NOV starts at tribe bait stamp number . It would start, Your Honor, at tribe NO0101, and it ends at tribe NO0130. And I would ask that the court accept the entire NOV as Exhibit 2 onto the court record.
Mr. Anderson?
Well, obviously, as even Mr. Adams has acknowledged, the notice of violation goes far beyond anything that is alleged against my client. I'm not going to object to it because I think it's a business record kept by the tribe, and I'm confident that you, Judge Booley, as the finder of facts, can separate out what applies to my client. So I'm not going to object to it being admitted.
Okay, the notice of violation as presented at this time is accepted as evidence without objection.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
That's exhibit 2.
So, Mr. Oustigoff, when you were working in the tribe's casinos in the the various positions that you had, would it be fair to say that you were familiar with the St. Croix Chippewa Indians of Wisconsin gaming ordinance?
I was never in a position of authority early on to even know or care about what they were.
Okay.
I had supervisors above me that would tell me what can and can't be done.
Okay. So, Mr. Oustigoff, in 20, let's say, starting in 2012, when you were the general manager of the St. Croix Casino in Turtle Lake, were you familiar with the tribe's gaming ordinance at all during that time period?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And can you explain to me like the need for a tribe to have a gaming ordinance?
It's to stay in compliance with the compact of the state of Wisconsin and the NIGC.
Okay. So, Mr. Oustigoff, the document that I'm sharing with you right now is a copy of the tribe's gaming ordinance that has been approved by the Bureau of Indian Affairs, and on page, it would be it's partially kind of obscured, but the bait stamp number is tribe NO0033. And there's a piece of it that I tried to highlight, but the copy of the ordinance is kind of it's not the greatest quality, so I wasn't able to highlight all of it. But that section 9 where it states use of gaming revenue, does that, from your standpoint, would you agree that the tribe's gaming ordinance limits the use of net revenue in the same way that the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act did?
This is for class 2 gaming, which is bingo.
That's true, Mr. Oustigoff, but for the purposes of IGRA, it treats the use of net gaming revenue the same way consistently between class 2 and class 3 gaming.
Well, that's not a question, that's a statement.
Okay. Well, I mean, I would make the argument that the court, through its own, legal deduction, when it makes those conclusions of law, will clearly see that IGRA treats the use of net gaming revenue between class 2 and class 3 gaming the same.
I would have no objection to the court taking appropriate judicial notice of the tribal ordinances.
So, Mr. Oustigoff, starting in 2012, did you have an understanding that the tribe itself limited what it could use gaming revenue, for?
No.
Okay. But it would be fair to say, Mr. Oustigoff, that the tribe could not use, or the casinos could not use, net gaming revenue for some type of illegal activity. Would you agree with that, or would you disagree with me?
I would agree with that, whatever illegal definition.
Okay, so Your Honor, I would ask that the court accept, onto the record as one of the tribe's laws, the amended gaming ordinance for the St. Croix Chippewa Indians of Wisconsin that starts at tribe NO 0023 and continues to tribe NO 0064 is Exhibit 3.
No objection. Again, it's a tribal record. So I think it's judicially noticeable.
Exactly. This is the tribe's gaming ordinance. It's accepted as evidence without objection.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. So, Mr. Oustigoff, this next document,
Excuse me, Mr. Adams. That's
Pardon me?
exhibit number 3.
yes, that was Exhibit number 3, Your Honor. So, Mr. Oustigoff, this next document that I'm sharing with you that starts with tribe NO 0065, and it in the header of the document, it's got St. Croix Chippewa Indians of Wisconsin, and then there's a tribal council resolution number 01-20-10-01. Are you familiar with this document at all?
No.
Okay. So before today's hearing, had you ever read the tribe's revenue allocation plan, Mr. Oustigoff?
No.
Okay. So in the course of your duties at the casino, you were never provided a copy of the revenue allocation plan?
No.
Okay. And as a tribal member, you were never provided a copy with the revenue allocation plan?
No.
Okay. But from your standpoint, Mr. Oustigoff, have you ever seen a resolution, like a resolution document that's been ratified by the tribal council?
No, they don't share that.
So in the entire time that you worked for the tribe, Mr. Oustigoff, you never at one time saw a resolution of the tribal government?
No.
So, Mr. Oustigoff, this document that is stamped tribe NO 0067, and it's a letter from the United States Department of the Interior to Chairman Lewis Taylor. Have you ever seen this document before?
No.
So, Mr. Oustigoff, in your time as a financial analyst for the casino, were you ever told or ever instructed that because of the tribe's federally approved revenue allocation plan that there had to be that in terms of the way that tribal funds were spent, that they had to fit this percentage calculation that was agreed to with the Department of the Interior?
No, my role as a financial analyst was to review prepared reports by the finance manager to review with each property general manager in each department for their accounting uses as far as their budgets. I was never aware of any of the finances and anything. I wasn't privy to that. I just got reports that were generated, monthly reports that were generated per each property.
So you only dealt with expenses that were incurred by the casino?
I only dealt with the monthly financial report for the casino. And I broke it down by department. Those are the reports I was given. I was never shared this at all. That wasn't part of my scope of employment.
Okay, but it would be, did you ever have conversations with folks either at the casino or the tribal government concerning distributions to the tribal government of funds of net revenues?
Not as a financial analyst. I mean, that was a governmental side.
Well, how about as a general manager for St. Croix casinos?
I was only told by the CFO what was sent up.
Okay.
And what they did with it was up to the tribal government.
Right. So when you were general manager for the casino, Mr. Oustigoff, from your standpoint, how did the tribe fund its governmental budget to provide essential governmental services to tribal members?
That wasn't in my nature to know. I was in charge of the casino. My job was to worry about the casino, not how the government spent their money.
Well, no, I'm not asking about how they spent it, but where did they get their money?
They got it from the casino. If it wasn't if they didn't get federal grants, they got money from the casino.
Right. So would it be fair to say that when you were general manager of one of the casinos, one of your primary responsibilities was to ensure that the casino ran in an orderly fashion so that it could generate revenue that could be distributed to the tribal government?
Yes.
But at no point you had any understanding of the breakdown of funds in terms of like what was going to happen with net revenue, like once it left the casino?
Once it was sent to the tribal government, we had no knowledge of how they broke it down.
Okay.
And honestly, I don't even think the membership knew.
Okay. So, Mr. Oustigoff, when you were general manager of the casino, did you have an understanding of like the restrictions on, you know, what the casino itself could spend money on?
Yes, and I had a CFO that I consulted with.
Okay. So it would be fair to say that the casino also had controls on what it could spend money on.
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Adams,
Yes, sir.
are we taking another, are we changing steps here for a moment?
I'm totally fine, Your Honor, if you'd like to take a break or a recess.
Yeah, I'd like to take a break for, 15 minutes until 11 o'clock.
Okay, yes, sir.
Okay, the court recesses until 11 o'clock. Are we all back?
Anderson's back.
Yes, sir.
Hi, Judge Bowley. The court is here as well.
I think we lost Ashley.
Should we be back?
Um, she just wrote to say that she's having some internet issues at her place and she'll rejoin when she can.
All right. We're on recess for about 10 minutes. Court's back in session. Mr. Adams, still your witness.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. Okay, so Mr. Oustigoff, I believe we've already talked about, and you've agreed, you know, with, or you've testified to the point that that revenue allocation plans are, you know, necessary for per capita distributions. And have you in the past, have you received per capita distributions from the tribe?
Yes,
Okay, and do you currently receive per capita distributions from the tribe?
nobody receives distributions other than elders.
Okay. So, Your Honor, I would ask that that documents Bates Stamp Tribe NO 0065 to Tribe NO 0079 be admitted onto the record as the revenue allocation plan for the St. Croix Chippewa Indians of Wisconsin, and that includes Tribal Council Resolution number 01-20-10-01 that adopts and approves the revenue allocation plan and was passed by the St. Croix Chippewa Indians of Wisconsin Tribal Council, and then the approval letter from the Department of Interior that was signed by Larry Eckelhawk on January 14th of 2011, and then the actual language of the approved revenue allocation plan of 2010.
I understand.
No objection to those being received by the court.
All those documents are being received by the court. That includes a letter signed by Larry Eckelhart and the resolution identified as 01-20-10-01. Those all made as Exhibit 4. It'll be referred to as the revenue allocation plan of 2010.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Oustigoff, this next document that's stamped Tribe NO 0082, which is Tribal Council Resolution number 14-16-14-1. Are you familiar with this document at all?
He's reviewing a hard copy that I have from you.
Okay.
No, I'm not.
Okay. Were you aware, Mr. Oustigoff, in 2014 that the Tribal Council took action to to suspend all tribally funded travel?
No, I didn't know that.
Okay. Your Honor, I would ask that the court accept onto the record Bait stamp document tribe NO 0082 as Exhibit 5 as a business document of the tribe and accept it as Exhibit number 5.
I believe it can be judicially noticed and as a business record, so I have no objection.
Okay, this document is accepted as a business record and without objection. It's Exhibit 5.
So, Mr. Oustigoff, this document with the bait stamp tribe NO 0084 with the tribal council number 16.07.12.01. Are you familiar with this document at all?
No, I'm not.
Okay. So were you aware, Mr. Oustigoff, that in 2016, the tribe rescinded resolution number 4-16-14.1, where they essentially reinstated tribally funded travel?
No, I wasn't.
Okay. Your Honor, I would ask that this document with the bait stamp tribe NO 0084 be admitted onto the record as Exhibit 6 as a business document of the tribe.
No objection.
This is resolution number 1607-12-01. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, without objection, that document is accepted as evidence.
Okay. So, Mr. Oustigoff, this document that I'm displaying right now, which is tribe NO 0184, can you confirm that this is a copy of a check made out to you by the St. Croix Casino, Turtle Lake, EDC?
Yes,
Okay, and is it in the amount of $2,000 and it's dated October 20th of 2016, Mr. Oustigoff? Can you confirm that?
yes.
Okay, thank you. And so below that, it states that under the comment, it says emergency funds. Do you recall what the purpose of this check was for?
I was having to make a payment to Optima Tax Relief to get help with taxes.
Okay.
I requested it as a per capita loan to the tribal council.
Okay, and then the next page, the tribe NO 0185. Can you explain to me what this document is?
It's a request for disbursement that's written out and sent to the finance department.
Okay, and this would be for the check that we just talked about?
Yes,
Okay. And does this state that it's a donation for an emergency expense?
I guess it does.
Okay. And Mr. Oustigoff, this document that is stamped Tribe NO 0186. Can you explain to me what this document is?
That's my letter to the tribal council with the request, that's with the amount listed. This was back when I was receiving per capita and I asked for some help to pay Optima tax relief to help me with my taxes.
Okay, and can you tell me what Optima tax relief is?
Just what it is, it's a company that helps individuals with their taxes.
Okay, and so do you know if the amount was for their services, or was it for them to cut checks to whatever government that you had?
It was for their services.
Okay. And so Mr. Oustigoff, do you recall if the $50 deductions were taken out of your per cap to pay this back?
Well, obviously it wasn't, because it was sent to Turtle Lake and they designated it as a donation. I didn't request it to be a donation. I sent this to the tribal council.
And in 2006, what position did you hold?
2016, you mean?
Yeah, I'm sorry, 2016.
I was an AML compliance officer, Title 31.
So if you would bear with me, Mr. Oustigoff, if we could flip back to exhibit number 1, which is your personnel action form. So at the time, it states that your rate of pay was 2,400, and it states salary. Can you explain to me like what that means? I don't believe that's what you were getting paid on an annual basis. So was that per pay period?
Yes.
Okay. So, Mr. Oustigoff, if we do the math, and would it be fair to say that, like, if I multiply $2,400 by 24 to represent like bi-monthly pay periods, that I'd get a pretty good estimate of your annual income or annual salary?
Yes.
Okay, and so do you recall, Mr. Oustigoff, were you paid every 2 weeks or just twice a month?
Every 2 weeks.
Okay, so then it would actually be 26. So my math comes out to $62,400 for a gross salary. Is that your recollection of about how much you were making in annual income or annual salary from the casino at that time?
Gross, yes.
Yeah, and then how much were you receiving in per capita at the time on an annual basis, Mr. Oustigoff?
On an annual gross basis, it was $400 a month. But I had rent and stuff taken out of that per capita, so I was only getting like $75.
Okay. So did you have any other forms of income at the time?
No.
So, Mr. Oustigoff, if I add those two amounts up, it comes to like a gross amount of $67,200. Would it? I mean, would you agree with me that that generally is about how much you were receiving in gross income at the time?
Yes.
Okay. And so, Mr. Oustigoff, do you feel like you were being compensated like an adequate amount for your services at the time? I mean, do you feel like you were underpaid at all, like in 2016?
No.
Okay. And Mr. Oustigoff, I would assume, or maybe I shouldn't make this assumption. I'll just ask a question. How easy is it to find employment? And like at that time in 2016, how easy was it to find employment in northern Wisconsin that paid that type of money?
Objection, relevance.
I mean, it's relevant to to his perceived, his perception of like cost of living and the competitiveness of the work environment at the time.
So what does that have to do with the complaint?
Well, what it has to do with the complaint, Your Honor, is Mr. Oustigoff was receiving disbursements that were above and beyond what was called for in the revenue allocation plan at the same time that he was gainfully employed. Whereas, I mean, I'm trying to get to like the root of why all of these disbursements were provided to Mr. Oustigoff, despite the fact that he was making nearly $70,000 in gross income at the time.
His money management or otherwise certainly isn't, and perhaps he was in debt. It really isn't relevant to the complaint that's been filed.
I disagree. If he didn't have monetary problems, then perhaps there wouldn't have been distributions, or at least requests for distributions.
Objections overruled. Answer the question, please.
Well, can you restate the question?
So at this time, Mr. Oustigoff, like in 2016, do you believe, like how were jobs that were paying, you know, approximately $62,000 a year in gross income in northern Wisconsin, like how, like, do you feel like it was easy to find those types of jobs, or were they difficult to find?
Difficult.
Okay, thank you.
I was employed, so I wasn't looking.
So, Your Honor, I would ask that, actually strike that. So Mr. Oustigoff, this check for $2,000, you received this check and deposited it into your accounts?
Yeah.
Okay. And you used it for the purposes stated in your letter that's dated October 5th of 2016 for Optima tax relief and then for some family expenses?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I would ask that the documents starting at Tribe NO 0184 to Tribe NO 0186 be admitted onto the record as Exhibit 7.
Objection.
Okay, this is check number 181638. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, check number 181638 made out to Neal Oustigoff is hereby accepted without objection.
And Mr. Oustigoff, do you recall how much you like the expenses to Optima tax relief were?
Probably top of my head, it was gonna be about $680, $1,680.
Okay, so that left roughly about $300 for the family expenses?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Oustigoff, the next document that I'd like to discuss is it's bait stamped tribe NO0187. And can you tell me what this document is?
Well, it's a check payable to me.
Is the check made out to you?
Yes,
Okay, and is it dated February 15th of 2017 in the amount of $1,500?
yes.
Okay. And Mr. Oustigoff, just below the image of the check, there's a comment that says hardship. Can you explain to me like what the purpose of this check was for?
That check was to pay to get a copy of my taxes out from Meister and Meister to send the check Chuck Polino he took over and helping me with my taxes. And also my son, who was under my car insurance, had his driver's license suspended due to his speeding, and I had to pay the increased car insurance.
Okay, so the next page, Mr. Oustigoff, the tribe NO0188, can you explain to me what this document is?
And it's a request for disbursement.
Okay, and then the document that's stamped tribe NO0189, can you explain to me what this document is?
The letter that I had written to tribal council with the request that was noted on the check. For capital.
Okay, so can you give me just generally like a breakdown of what the $1,500 was? So was it to pay attorney's fees to Chuck Polino?
I had to pay to get my taxes out from Meister and Meister Tax Services.
Okay, so they prepared your taxes.
Yeah, and I had provided those to Chuck Polino. And then my car insurance increased because of my son's speeding tickets. Plus him and my daughter were away at college, so I was also giving them money into their bank accounts for them. While they're away at college.
Okay. And do you know, Mr. Oustigoff, if so I know in your letter that's dated February 7th that you said you were requesting a per cap loan. Do you know if there were ever any deductions that were made
No,
to
because
satisfy that loan?
it was sent to Turtle Lake and they made the decision to make it a donation. I didn't ask.
Did you take any affirmative steps to pay it back yourself?
No, because I was told it was a donation. I offered to pay it back through my payroll once the Turtle Lake called me and they said, no, it's a donation. That's what I was told.
And who the payroll department told you that?
No, Penny Till.
And who is Penny Till?
She's the executive administrative assistant. She's the one who wrote out the disbursement.
And who was do you recall who was the general manager at the casino at the time?
Leva Oustigoff.
Okay, and are you related to Leva Oustigoff in any way?
Yes, he's my brother.
Okay. And so Miss Till worked for Leva Oustigoff?
Yes.
Okay. And at any time, did you have any conversations with your brother Leva Oustigoff regarding the nature of like the payments?
Well, he called and asked me what the hell I wanted it for.
Okay.
It was sent to him by tribal council, I imagine, with a directive. I don't know. I wasn't party to their conversation. He just called and asked me what I needed it for and why, and it was a week later when he got it.
Okay.
And that was the only conversation I had.
Were you receiving any preferential treatment from your brother Leva Oustigoff when it came to these disbursements?
No.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd ask that tribe number, Bates stamp number, tribe NO 0187 through tribe NO 0189 be admitted onto the record as Exhibit 8.
No objection.
Okay, that's check number 181638 with accompanying documentation. No, pardon me. That's check number 183372.
No, I believe it's check number. Okay, yes, 183372, yes.
Yes.
And that's for $1,500.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay, this is accepted without objection.
Okay, Mr. Oustigoff, turn into the next document, the tribe NO 0190. Can you explain to me what this document is?
It's a check amount of $500 payable to me for funeral expenses.
Okay, and is the date May 24th of 2017?
Yes.
Okay. And the next document you're on, or Mr. Oustigoff, the tribe NO 0191, can you explain to me what that document is?
Again, it's a request for disbursement.
Okay. And Mr. Oustigoff, the next document, the tribe NO 0192, can you explain to me what this document is?
It was a request for a payroll advance in the amount of $500 to purchase items for a giveaway for my daughter who had passed away the year before.
Okay, and Mr. Oustigoff, I'm extremely sorry to hear that news, and don't mean to, bring up these documents to, cause you any, undue grief or anything like that. Your Honor, I would ask the court to accept, these documents, tribe NO 0190 to tribe NO 0192 is Exhibit 9 on the record.
Objection denied.
Okay. Check number 185244, the amount of $500 is accepted as exhibit number 9 without objection.
So, Mr. Oustigoff, this next document with the Bates stamp of tribe NO 0193, can you explain to me what this document is?
That is a request for travel for my son Neal Oustigoff Jr. To attend an elite basketball camp down in Chicago, Illinois.
Okay. and tribe bait stamp tribe NO0194. Can you explain that document to me, please?
It's a request for disbursement again.
Related to the travel for the for your son?
Yes,
Okay. And was it just your son that was traveling, or did you travel with him?
I traveled with them along with my cousin Pat DeCora.
Okay. And bait stamp number tribe NO0195. Can you explain this document to me, Mr. Oustigoff?
This was my letter dated to the St. Croix Tribal Council and the St. Croix Casino Turtle Lake, requesting the help with my son. And it was approved by Lewis Taylor, Beverly Benjamin, and Elmer Emery.
Okay. And Mr. Oustigoff, the bait stamp for with tribe NO0196. Can you explain to me what this document is?
That's the hotel.
Okay.
Stayed at.
And so at the time in 2015, Mr. Oustigoff, were you a compliance officer, or were you a financial analyst for the casinos?
Compliance officer.
Okay. And so Mr. Oustigoff, with like a request like this, that where you're addressing it to both the council and to the casino in Turtle Lake. Do you recall who the general manager was of the casino in Turtle Lake at the time?
Leva Oustigoff.
Okay. And so with it signed off by tribal council, did it surprise you at all that the check was coming from the casino and it was not coming from the tribal government?
No, because the tribal government's the ones who directed me to the casino with this one.
Did it at any point, like, where you were like requesting, funds from the tribal government, did it ever surprise you that the checks were coming from the casino and not from the tribal government?
You could say that, yes.
And why would that surprise you, Mr. Oustigoff?
Because when I wrote the request, I dropped them off with tribal council. If they sent them on to the casino, that was without my knowledge.
Did it ever occur to you, Mr. Oustigoff, to try and return the checks and or question why they were being issued from casino accounts?
No, because it was sent from the tribal council, and we all know you don't question tribal council.
Your Honor, I'd ask that documents with the bait stamps of tribe NO 0193 through 0196 be admitted onto the record as Exhibit 10.
No objection to 10.
There's check number 171077, made out to Neal Oustigoff. That's accepted without objection as exhibit number 10.
So Mr. Oustigoff, turn into the document that has the bait stamp, a tribe NO0197. Can you explain to me what this document is?
The check made payable to me to cover Wisconsin Dells travel for my son.
Okay, in the amount of $1,125.72.
Yes,
And it's dated May 12th of 2015.
yes,
Okay, and this was roughly about 2 or 3 months after the trip to Chicago.
yes.
Okay. And Mr. Oustigoff, the document with the bait stamp, a tribe NO0198. Can you explain to me what that document is?
Again, it's a request for disbursement.
Okay. And on that document, Mr. Oustigoff, can you explain to me what like the per diem, the $355, what that amount represented?
Per diem to both me and my son.
Okay. And can you explain to me your I guess your understanding of what per diem means?
Food expenses.
Okay, so daily expenses.
Yeah.
Okay. And Mr. Oustigoff, can you explain to me what tribe NO0199 represents, that document?
That was the hotel where we stayed at.
Okay. While you were at the in the Dells.
Yes.
Okay.
This was for a AAU basketball tournament that my son played with the Wisconsin Playmakers.
Okay.
I had requested tribal council to assist us for his entire season, and they were provided with a schedule of his tournaments and where, so they gave a blanket approval for him for all his tournaments.
Okay. And do you know, with that blanket approval, did it provide authority to the casino to cut these checks to you directly?
Yes, because I was told I was a casino employee and that's where they needed to come out of, and that was by tribal council.
Okay.
Tribal government.
And Mr. Oustigoff, did anyone at the casino did they ask you to provide receipts when you returned back from the trips for like reconciliation purposes?
No,
Did you keep copies of receipts for, like your own records?
no.
Okay, well, Your Honor, I'd ask that the document with the bait stamp, a tribe NO0197 through 0199 be admitted onto the record as Exhibit 11.
No objection.
Okay, check number 171977. Is that correct?
Check number 171977. Yes.
Okay, that's accepted without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, so Mr. Oustigoff, can you walk me through the document with the bait stamp of tribe NO0200? Is this a check made out to you?
Yes,
Okay, for $1,670.50
yes,
with a date of June 11th of 2015.
yes,
And Mr. Oustigoff, this was approximately like a month after the Wisconsin Dells trip. Can you confirm that?
yes.
Okay. And what was this travel for, Mr. Oustigoff?
This was after my son's performance at the elite basketball camp down in Chicago. He was selected by the scouts and coaches down there to come on out to Virginia for an All-American basketball camp where he would be working out and playing games in front of college scouts and recruiters and college coaches from throughout the country.
Okay. And so the document with the bait stamp, a tribe NO0201, can you explain this document to me, Mr. Oustigoff?
That's a request for disbursement.
Okay, related to the travel in Virginia?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall how many nights you were there, Mr. Oustigoff?
We were there for 3 nights.
Okay. And do you recall who traveled on this trip? Was it just you and your son?
And his mother.
Okay. And is your son an enrolled tribal member?
He's a descendant.
Okay, he's a descendant.
Yes.
So do you recall or do you know at the time? So at the time he was a minor, correct?
Yes.
Okay. It based on your understanding of the tribes, like the way that it distributed per capita, are descendants eligible for per capita?
Descendants are not eligible for per capita, but they are eligible for other services from the tribe.
Okay. And do you recall what type of like other services they're eligible for?
Healthcare at the clinic, educational services,
Okay.
educational assistance.
Okay, Your Honor, I'd ask that the court accept the documents with the bait stamps of tribe NO0200 and 0201 be admitted onto the record as Exhibit 12.
The check number 172520. Mr. Anderson?
No objection. Can I have a moment to speak with my client, Judge? So I can
Well,
mute
should we
out.
just go ahead and take a lunch break?
Mr. Anderson?
That's fine. Yes.
Okay, let's take a lunch break. We'll be back, time is it? 12:30? Is that enough time?
It is
Sure.
for the tribe, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll
It
take
is
a
for me also.
lunch break. We'll be back at 12:30.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Katie, I'm gonna step away.
Okay, Judge Bowley. Hi, Judge Foley. We are back here in the courtroom.
Is Bruce there? Mr. Anderson, are you there? There we go.
Anderson's here. My client is indisposed briefly.
We'll wait for him. So, Mr. Anderson,
Yes, sir.
what's that picture of in the background? Is that a baseball park?
There's a opening day at Target Field. Print.
Wow, nice.
Yeah. And the other one, he's it's got the ticket framed, the stub.
Can't see. I can see the picture of the baseball field. Were you there?
Pardon me?
Were you there?
No. This, I've actually, in my office building, I had loaned space to another lawyer who has moved on to a full-time job elsewhere. So I've repossessed all my space, but he hasn't taken all his stuff yet.
Oh, okay.
And it's only been 2 years.
Only.
All right, my client's arrived.
Are we ready to proceed?
Certainly.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, this is the St. Croix Tribal Court. We're back on the record. We're breaking for lunch. Mr. Adams, you were still in the process of questioning the defendant, Mr. Oustigoff. My notes indicate that you were discussing, I'm not sure if you're finished, I think you were just finished discussing, no, you were discussing your exhibit number 12, which was check number 172520. And Mr. Anderson wanted to consult with his client before he answered a question. That's where I'm at.
We did that. We did that consultation. I have no objection to the admission of exhibit 12.
Okay. So now that there's no objections to admission of check number 172520, the court, that's accepted. Your witness, Mr. Anderson, Mr. Adams.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. So, Mr. Oustigoff, if we could turn to the document with the stamp of tribe NO0202, would you please explain to me what this document is?
It's a check for $750 made out to me.
Okay, and it's dated June 15th of 2015?
Yes.
Okay, and do you recall what these funds were for?
Additional travel to Virginia
Okay,
that my son was going to basketball.
So it's related to the amount that you received in Exhibit 12, the $1,670.50?
Yes.
Okay, and the document tribe NO0203, would you please explain to me what this document is?
That's a request for disbursement again.
And this is related to the additional $750 you received?
Yes.
Okay, and so do you recall, Mr. Oustigoff, why you needed the additional 750 for the trip?
Well, as we were traveling out of state and flying into Charlottesville, and talking with Lewis Taylor, I had just requested if I could get some extra travel funds, and he approved it
Okay,
and said I could get it. That's why it says per Lewis Taylor on the disbursement.
okay. And Mr. Oustigoff, you previously testified that the council provided some type of blanket travel authorization for you related to your son's basketball career. Is that true?
Well, that was for his Wisconsin Playmaker AAU basketball seasons, and this was not part of that.
Oh, okay, okay. And so the Wisconsin AAU authorization, was that provided to you in writing, or were you verbally told that you had authorization to do those travels?
I wrote up a letter and provided the dates, and they signed off on it. Where it went, I don't know. It was sent down.
Okay,
But this is for my son's All-American basketball camp out in Virginia that he was invited to.
okay. Your Honor, I would ask that the court accept documents tribe NO 0202 and 0203 on the record as Exhibit 13.
Mr. Anderson?
I didn't hear if he's offering to admit those two. I have no objection.
You did not hear that?
Sorry?
You did not hear that?
I did not hear what he was requesting. but-
Yeah, I can restate it. I'm asking the court to accept on the record as Exhibit 13 documents tribe NO 0203 and 0202 and 0203 as Exhibit 13 on the record.
No objection.
Okay. That's check number 172634. That's accepted as evidence without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, so Mr. Oustigoff, document number tribe NO 0204, can you explain, or would you please explain to me what this document is?
It's a check dated 6/23/2015 for the amount of $2,206.04 for my son's AAU basketball tournament over in St. Cloud, Minnesota.
Okay. And I would assume that, was this part of the Wisconsin AAU authorization, or was this separate?
No, this was part of the Playmakers.
Okay. And did you, I'm assuming you traveled also?
Yes.
Okay. And you accepted this check and used it towards the travel expenses related to his basketball tournament?
Yes,
Okay. And Mr. Oustigoff, document tribe NO 0205. Would you please explain to me what this document is?
that's a request for disbursement for the check.
Okay. And Mr. Oustigoff, can you walk me through the process of getting one of these checks? Would you, I mean, I know we've seen a number of email messages to Penny Till from you to Penny Till. Is that how you would normally make arrangements to have these checks cut?
Yeah, Penny had instructed me to go ahead and make my hotel reservations, which I did. And everything was always forwarded over to her through her email. So she could write up the disbursements.
Okay, and on this document, Mr. Oustigoff, this tribe NO 0205,
Mhm.
In the middle of the page where it says extra per Lewis, and I believe it's the amount of $400. Do you know what that amount represents?
It may have been a discussion I had with Lewis regarding this.
Okay. And would the extra just be extra expenses that you anticipated incurring on the trip?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Oustigoff, do you recall? I mean, well, strike that. So, Mr. Oustigoff, like this extra per Lewis, did Lewis have, independent authority to disperse, funds to tribal members at his own discretion?
I would not know that. That would be a government thing. He was the tribal chairman at the time.
Okay. And document number tribe NO 0206. Would you please tell me what this document is?
This was the hotel we stayed at.
Okay, so this is the confirmation, correct? Not the receipt?
No, this was a confirmation, and they would email the receipt to Nikki Achenbach. It's noted right on the top.
Okay. And who is Miss Kallenbach?
He's the travel person for the casino.
Okay. Your Honor, I would ask the court to accept onto the record as Exhibit 14, documents tribe NO 0204 through 0206.
No objection.
Okay, check number 172743 and accompanying documentation is hereby accepted as evidence without objection for $2,206.94.
I think the amount, Your Honor, was $2,206.04.
Got it, thank you.
You're welcome. And so, Mr. Oustigoff, so it would be fair to say, and correct me if I'm wrong, that in a good portion of 2015, you were traveling at least once a month for basketball related activities?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Oustigoff, turning to document tribe NO 0207, would you please tell me what this document is?
This is a check, check number 172,996, dated July 6, 2015, in the amount of $2,153.30. Made payable to me for my son's AAU basketball tournament down in Milwaukee.
Okay, and was this part of the Playmakers team?
Yes.
And do you recall who made the trip with you and your son?
My cousin Pat Cora.
And Mr. Oustigoff, the document number tribe NO 0208, would you please tell me what this document is?
It's a request for disbursement for the amount of the check listed. And a good portion of these trips, his mother also traveled with us.
Okay, and is mom a tribal member also?
No, but she was a casino employee.
Okay. Your Honor, I would ask that the court accept as Exhibit 15 document numbers tribe NO 0207 and 0208.
Mr. Anderson?
No objection to exhibit 15.
Okay, check number 172,996. An amount of $2,153.30 is accepted with objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Oustigoff, document tribe NO 0209. Would you please tell me what this document is?
This is a check, check number 173002, dated July 7, 2015. A check payable to me for $300 for travel to Milwaukee.
Okay, and Mr. Oustigoff, was this related to the same trip that we just discussed?
Yes, it was written wrong on the disbursement. If you look on the next page, Nicole wrote attending a basketball camp, which was not. It was for my son's Wisconsin Playmaker tournament, and this was the per diem disbursement I had gotten for Pat Cora. They cut the check to me, and I gave the money to Pat.
Okay, so this $300 represented a per diem for another individual that was on the trip?
Yes.
Okay. And is Mr. Decora, is he a St. Croix tribal member?
Yes, he is.
And was it common for Mr. Decora to travel to the games also with you and your son?
Well, to Milwaukee and Chicago, since he knew the cities a lot better than I did, I had asked if he would just drive because he knew where to go quicker than I would have been able to.
Okay.
Especially that being my first time going to Milwaukee.
And I believe document tribe NO0211 is just a duplicate color copy of the previous document?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, I'd ask the court to accept as Exhibit 16, Tribe NO0209 to 0211.
No objection.
Check for $300 made out to Mr. Oustigoff. Check number 173002 is hereby accepted without objection.
And Mr. Oustigoff, was it common for you to receive disbursements that were intended for other individuals?
No. It was not common.
So that, oh, go ahead.
I think that was just cut to keep it all together for that one tournament.
Okay. So Mr. Oustigoff, would you please tell me what Tribe NO0212, what that document represents?
This is check number 17328, made out for $1,157.95 dated 7/16/2015. And it was for my son's Wisconsin Playmaker tournament down in St. Paul, Minnesota.
Okay, and this this tournament is just, it seems like it's a week or two after the Milwaukee tournament, correct?
Yes, that's about the frequency of his tournaments. He played in about 6-7 tournaments a summer.
Okay.
It wasn't a year-long league.
Okay. And for document Tribe NO0213, would you please tell me what this document is?
It's a request for disbursement for the amount of the check issued.
And document Tribe NO0214 0215. Would you please tell me what those documents represent?
The hotel. Wait, you have too many here. 0214 to 0215.
Yes.
Those were the hotel.
Yeah,
dates.
and in the email, Mr. Oustigoff, you're asking Miss Till to add $30 for incidentals. Do you recall what the incidentals were?
No, I can't. It's been 5 years ago. I can't remember.
Okay. And I believe documents NO0216 and 0217, I believe those are just additional copies of the same email to Penny with the confirmation.
Yes.
Your Honor, I would respectfully ask the court to accept as Exhibit 17 documents Tribe NO0212 through 17.
No objection.
Okay. This represents check number 173208 with accompanying documentation. That's accepted without objection. It's a check for the amount of $1,157.95.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Oustigoff, the document tribe NO 0218, would you please tell me what this document represents?
Check number 173329 in the amount of $2,110.92 dated 7/21 of 2015 is a check issued to me for my son's Wisconsin Dells basketball tournament.
And Mr. Oustigoff, this was just a few days after the St. Paul tournament, correct?
The following weekend.
Yeah. And this was a Playmakers game
Yes.
or tournament, I'm sorry.
Yes.
And document tribe NO 0219, would you please explain what this document is?
It's a request for disbursement written out by Penny Till for the amount of the check issued.
Okay. And all right. So, Your Honor, I would ask that the court accept onto the record as Exhibit 18 documents tribe NO 0218 to 0219.
No objection.
And this is check number 173329, amount of $2,110.92. It's accepted without objection as exhibit number 18.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Oustigoff, the document tribe NO 0220, would you please explain to me what this document represents?
It's a check number 179409, the amount of $500 paid on July 5th, 2016 to me for Oshkosh basketball tournament.
And document tribe NO 0221, would you please explain to me what this document is?
It's a request for disbursement in the amount of $500 payable to me.
And Mr. Oustigoff, do you recall as to why this was for this particular disbursement, it was a flat amount of 500 as opposed to, like, say, calculating mileage or hotel expenses?
I believe this was a basketball tournament that one of our Siren youth teams played in, that we had a couple, 3 tribal member kids playing on, and I was asked to go down and coach.
Okay.
The team.
So this was not related to your son's career?
No, this was having to do with the 3 younger tribal youth that were playing for the Siren team. I was a volunteer assistant coach at Siren, and the head coach asked if I would accompany him for this tournament.
Okay, so the school district didn't provide any funds for the travel?
No. I don't know if they did or not.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the court accept on the record as Exhibit 19, document tribe NO 0220 and 0221.
No objection.
Okay, check number 179409, the amount of $500 is accepted without objection. Record number 19.
Mr. Oustigoff, document tribe NO 0220, would you please explain to me what this document is?
220 or 222?
I'm sorry, NO 0222.
Check number 179416, amount of $500, dated 7/6/2016. Amount of $500 payable to me for Wisconsin, for the Oshkosh tournament. That same weekend, that's when I was gonna pay for my own hotel rooms and stuff, so that's why I requested the assistance.
Okay, so any particular reason why it was two separate requests for the same trip?
I can't remember why, other than my hotel expenses.
So document tribe NO 0223, would you please explain what that document is?
A request for disbursement, in the amount of the check issued.
Your Honor, I'd ask the court to accept as Exhibit 20, document NO 0222 and 0223.
No objection.
Okay, check number 179416, made out an amount of $500 to Neal Oustigoff, is hereby accepted without objection.
Okay, Mr. Oustigoff, document tribe NO 0224, would you please explain what this document represents?
Check number 181900, amount of $689.85. Dated 11/10/2016. It's a travel check to Milwaukee issued to me for my son's first college basketball game.
And tribe NO 0225, would you please explain what that document represents?
It's a disbursement for the amount of the check issued.
Okay, and tribe NO 0226, would you please explain that document?
I was writing this letter to Leva Oustigoff requesting the assistance for my son's first ever college game in Milwaukee. I had gotten 2 hotel rooms, one for me and one for his mother and her boyfriend, who was a tribal member at the time. Well, he is a tribal member, Eugene Hart.
And the college that your your son was playing basketball for? It's called Western Tech?
Yes, out of lacrosse.
So he had finalized his Wisconsin Playmakers career and had transitioned to college ball?
Yes,
And so these disbursements were solely for your travel because he was already off to college.
yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I would ask that the court accept onto the record Exhibit 21, which represents documents Tribe NO 0224 through 0226.
No objection.
It's a check for the amount of $689.85. Was that right?
$689.85, Your Honor.
It's check number 1811900. This is accepted without objection.
And Mr. Oustigoff, in November of 2016, remind me, you were, which position did you hold in the casinos at that time? Was it financial analyst?
I was an AML compliance officer from September of 2014 to November of 2018. After 2018, to my dismissal of 2019, I was a financial analyst.
Okay, thank you.
I think we've covered that.
So, Mr. Oustigoff, turning to Tribe NO 0227, would you please explain to me what this document represents?
Check number 182307 in the amount of $828.59 dated December 2nd, 2016. It's travel for basketball issued to me.
And Mr. Oustigoff, document Tribe NO 0228, would you please let me know what this document represents?
It's a request for disbursement in the amount of the check issued with two separate cities noted, as this was a weekend travel for my son's basketball team, where him and his mother and his sister, we traveled up to these two sites over in Minnesota. He played in one city at one night, then moved on to another the next day.
And Tribe number 0229.
There's the hotel
Okay.
for Thief River Falls.
Okay. And Tribe NO 0230.
Is the hotel in Grand Rapids.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd ask that the court accept onto the record as Exhibit 22, document Tribe NO 0227 to 0230.
No objection.
Okay. Check number 182307307 in the amount of $828.59 is hereby accepted without objection as exhibit number 22.
Mr. Oustigoff, document tribe NO0231. Would you please explain what this document is?
Check number 183296 in the amount of $123.05 dated February 3rd, 2017. It was a mileage check request for my son's basketball tournament, or not tournament, sorry about that, basketball game in Anoka, Minnesota.
And document 0232 and 0233, could you explain what these documents represent?
One is the disbursement for the mileage and the amount requested that was issued to me, and the third one is the request that I had sent to Penny regarding that game. This was a game I was taking my son's grandmother to, her first time watching him play college ball.
And Mr. Oustigoff, so the authorization, so I understand that you had conversations with the council about, you know, the authorization for travel when your son was playing on the AAU team. The authorization for you to travel after he makes it to college to attend games. Do you ever remember having a conversation with the tribal council or with the casino management about?
I did with the council, and I was directed to go to the casino as I was a casino employee.
Despite the fact that this didn't really have anything to do with the casino in terms of its own expenses?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd ask that the court accept as Exhibit 23 document tribe NO 0231 to 0233.
No objection.
Okay, there's a check in the amount of $623.05. A check number 183296 is accepted as exhibit number 23 without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Oustigoff, document tribe NO 0234, would you please explain to me what this document represents?
Check number 183343, check in the amount of $538.60 dated February 9th, 2017, issued to me for my son's basketball game down in Worthington, Minnesota. This was his Western Tech college basketball.
And Mr. Oustigoff, would you please explain to me what document tribe NO 0235 represents?
A request for disbursement for the amount issued in the check.
And Mr. Oustigoff, would you explain to me what document tribe NO 0236 represents?
This was my letter of request to attend this game, as my son would have been playing on his late sister's birthday. His mother, and actually both his sisters, and not Patty Cora, but my daughter Allison and Shawnee, the four of us drove down for that game on his late sister's birthday. And it was going to be a tough weekend for him. Well, for all of us, but mostly him.
And
Excuse me.
and so, Mr. Oustigoff, this was primarily just mileage and per diem expenses, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I would ask that the court accept on the record as Exhibit 24 documents tribe NO 0234 through 0236.
No objection to exhibit 24.
Okay, the court accepts check number 183343 in the amount of $538.60 as exhibit number 424 without objection.
Your Honor, are you still with us?
Yes, I am.
Okay, we lost your video image.
Oh.
Oh, there you go.
Hmm.
Okay,
Did you
thank
hear
you.
me? Did you hear me accept that document as evidence?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Mrs. Anderson, we don't have the judge's video either at this time.
I've got it back now. Maybe if we just give it a minute.
Well, I know the judge's voice, so I'm okay with going forward. So
Okay.
Are you able to hear me all right?
certainly.
I can see you guys fine.
Okay.
If this doesn't clear up in a minute, I'll reboot.
And Mr. Oustigoff, so document tribe NO 0237, would you please explain to me what this document represents?
It's check number 183537 in the amount of $428.95, dated February 22nd, 2017. Issued to me for my son's travel to his basketball games.
Okay, and do you recall where this trip was to?
It was to his last two games of the season.
Okay.
To Ridgewater and Riverland, Wisconsin. These were just requests for mileage.
Okay, so document tribe NO 0238 and 0239 represent the request, and then your email to Miss Till kind of explaining the nature of the travel?
Yes.
And it appears from the documents, Mr. Oustigoff, that it seemed like you were traveling about maybe once a week in February of 17 to attend games?
He played Wednesday and Saturdays.
Okay.
And some of his games were in lacrosse.
Okay. And document tribe NO0240 also appears to be related to this this request. Where
Yes.
okay. And this is where you're explaining that his season is wrapping up?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd ask that the court accept onto the record as Exhibit 25, document tribe NO0237 through 0240.
No objection.
Okay. There's a check made out in the amount of $428.95. It's check number 183537. That's accepted as exhibit number 25 without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Oustigoff, document tribe NO0241. Would you please explain to me what this document represents?
Check number 183887 in the amount of $1,000 dated March 10th, 2017, payable to me, Neal Oustigoff, as a chaperone to the Siren Boys basketball trip to Madison.
Okay, so this was related to Siren Schools basketball?
Yes.
And document tribe NO0242 is the, can you explain to me what this document represents?
Adams, you're breaking up.
I'm sorry, tribe NO0242. I was asking if Mr. Oustigoff could explain to me what this document represents.
A request for disbursement.
Okay,
Amount issued.
for the Siren trip, or I'm sorry, the trip to Madison?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Oustigoff, any particular reason why this one is also a flat amount of 1,000 instead of like an attributable amount?
I was never told why. It was issued to me as we were chaperoning. The tribe paid for some of the members for Siren basketball team to go down to Madison to observe the Wisconsin State Boys Basketball Championship. We had, I believe, 2 or 3 tribal members and about 3 descendants on the team. And we wanted to give them an experience to go down to the Kohl Center.
Okay. And do you recall, did you request these funds directly, or did someone else request these funds for you?
You know, so you know.
My brother Dino gave it to me along with a couple others.
Okay. And Leva Oustigoff was the general manager of the casino at that time?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I would ask that the court accept onto the record Exhibit 26, which includes document tribe NO0241 and 0242.
No objection.
Here's the check number 183887, made out in the amount of $1,000. Should be registered as exhibit number 26. This is accepted without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Oustigoff, turning to document tribe NO 0243, would you please explain to me what this document represents?
Check number 185967, check in the amount of $624.03, issued to me on June 28th of 2017. That was a trip down to Lawrence, Kansas.
And do you recall what the purpose of this trip was?
We were going down to see my daughter, Shawnee Merrill, who is a student at Haskell University.
And document tribe number 0244, would you please explain what this document represents?
It's a request for disbursement in the amount of the check issued to me.
Okay, and 02, I'm sorry, tribe number or tribe NO 0245, 0246, and 0247. Would you please explain to me what these documents represent?
The hotel reservations of the hotel we were staying at down in Lawrence.
Okay. And Miss Karen Washington, who's listed as, I believe, the person who's crafting one of the emails, did she travel on the trip also?
Yes.
But the check was made out to you, correct?
Yes. Karen made the reservations because she had gone to Haskell College and actually graduated from there, so she knew Lawrence a lot better than I do, and so she knew what hotel would be a good one to stay at.
Okay. And this trip was for a family visit?
Yes, because Shawnee hadn't had a chance to come home very often, and this was like I said, after her sister was killed. This was like a year after, and she was down there, so we decided that we were going to take a trip to kind of go see her and see how she was doing.
Okay. Your Honor, I would ask the court to accept as Exhibit 27 documents tribe NO 0243 through 0247.
No objection.
Okay, we have a check made out to check number 185967, the amount of $624.03 will be accepted as exhibit number 27 without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Oustigoff, document tribe NO 0248, would you please explain to me what this document represents?
Check number 187578 in the amount of $156.97, dated 9/20 of 2017, issued to me for mileage to a trip to Madison.
And Mr. Oustigoff, documents tribe NO 0249 and 0250, would you please explain to me what these documents represent?
NO0249 is the request for disbursement written by Penny Till for the amount of the check issued. And NO0250 is the letter requesting the mileage. I was accompanying Karen Washington, my girlfriend, down to Madison. As she was accepting an education award. She's the education director for the tribe, and I was just asking if I can go. I was taking the days off to go with her, and with it being mid-pay week, I had asked just for the mileage to go.
Your Honor, I would ask the court to accept onto the record Exhibit 28, which includes document tribe NO0249 and 0250.
No objection.
Okay, check number 187578 and accompanying documentation is accepted as exhibit number 28 without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Oustigoff, document tribe NO0251, would you please explain to me what this document represents?
Check number 186734, in the amount of $720, dated July 27, 2017, issued to the United States Treasury.
And document tribe NO0252, can you tell me what this document represents?
It's a request for disbursement for the amount to be issued.
To the United States Treasury?
Yes.
And document NO0253 and 0254, can you tell me what these documents represent?
NO0253 was my settlement offer on my outstanding taxes that Chuck Polino and I had worked up together, and that 720 payment was 20% of the total amount being offered.
Okay.
And the last one, NO0254, I can't read it. There we go. Oh, there we go. And that was the email explaining to Penny what the form was and why and what I needed to send off to Chuck Polino or Charles Polino down in Madison.
Okay, and Mr. Oustigoff, do you recall if this was related to the tax issues that Optima Tax Relief assisted you with, or was this separate from that work?
This was separate.
Okay. Was Optima also working on United States tax issues or state tax issues?
They were at the beginning, and then they requested an outrageous amount, and then I was directed by to talk to Chuck Polino, who handles tax issues for the tribe and members, which I didn't know at the time.
Okay, so you sought out the services of Optima and it didn't work out, and then Attorney Polino then helped you out with some tax issues.
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I respectfully ask the court to accept onto the record Exhibit 29, which includes document tribe NO 0251 to 0254.
No objection.
Okay, check, number 186734, the amount of $720 that was issued to the U.S. Treasury is exhibit number 29, and it is accepted without objection.
Mr. Oustigoff, do you know if the casino at the time had any type of tax relief program that it offered to either casino employees or tribal members?
Well, you asked me that before and the answer is still no.
Okay. I believe I asked if the tribal government had a specific program.
No, you said casino.
Okay, well, do you know if the tribal government had a program that it offered to governmental employees or tribal members?
No.
Okay, Mr. Oustigoff, document tribe NO 0255. Can you explain to me what this document represents?
Check number 179219 in the amount of $2,500 dated 6/20/2016 issued to me for my daughter Courtney Oustigoff.
Okay. And document tribe NO 0256. Can you explain to me what this document represents?
The request for disbursement in the amount of the check issued.
Okay. And was this check just to cover just general expenses related to her funeral?
I didn't ask for this. I didn't ask for this check. I didn't ask for the amount. It was issued to me 5 days after she died. It was left in my grill at my house.
Okay, Your Honor, I would ask that the court accept onto the record as Exhibit 30, document tribe NO 0255 and 0256.
No objection.
Okay, check number 179219, the amount of $2,500 is accepted without objection as exhibit number 30.
So, Mr. Oustigoff, document tribe NO 0085. I know that you've testified already on the record that you were not provided tribal council resolutions in the past.
No.
So I'm just gonna assume that you weren't provided with this specific resolution. But do you recall while you were working for the casinos, if you were provided with a copy of the St. Croix Casinos credit card and travel policy?
No.
And so I'm assuming that when the tribe provided documents to your counsel, Attorney Anderson, through the discovery process, that when he then shared these documents with you, that was that the first time that you had seen this credit card and travel policy?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Oustigoff, when you saw, I guess when you read this, strike that. So Mr. Oustigoff, did you get a chance to review this credit card and travel policy before today's hearing?
No.
Okay. So does it come as a surprise to you that in 2017, the tribal council enacted a St. Croix casino credit card and travel policy?
It wouldn't surprise me. Nothing surprises me with what they do, but I didn't know there was one in place.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd ask that the court accept onto the record as Exhibit 31, the tribal council resolution that is on which comprises document tribe NO 0085, and then the accompanying policy that starts at tribe NO 0086 and continues to 0091.
I don't object to it as an act of the tribal council.
Okay, tribal council resolution number 1705-22-01, which is the tribe's travel and gaming credit card policy. Is hereby accepted without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. So turning to document tribe NO 0131, can you tell me what your understanding of this document is, Mr. Oustigoff?
It's a notice of proposed civil fine assessment. I'm assuming that it's the breakdown of the fine from the NIGC to the tribe.
Right, and Mr. Oustigoff, did it come as a surprise to you that that this document included essentially $5.5 million in fines that were going to be assessed against the tribe?
Well, I don't know if it was a surprise. I mean, it is what it is. I'm not surprised either way. I don't know why you keep asking if I was surprised.
Okay. And did you have a chance to review this notice of proposed civil fine before today's hearing?
I did a while ago when it was first posted on the forum. I mean, it was shared numerous times by tribal members of where to look and where to find it.
Okay.
But that was, I mean, I glanced over it at the time.
And Mr. Oustigoff, at the time that this document was issued by the NIGC, you were still employed by the tribe's casinos, correct?
Yeah.
Your Honor, I would ask the court to accept on the record as Exhibit 32 the NIGC notice of proposed civil fine assessment against the St. Croix Chippewa Indians of Wisconsin that that includes from document tribe NO 0131 to 0138.
Business record, no objection.
Okay, the court is going to accept the National Indian Gaming Commission's notice of proposed civil fine to St. Croix Chippewa Indians of Wisconsin as a business record and accept it as exhibit number 32 without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. And so the tribe's last proposed exhibit, we've got it marked as exhibit 33, and we don't have a bait stamp on it, Your Honor, but it includes a total of 10 pages, and it is the settlement agreement in the matter of the notice of violation 9-2 issued to the St. Croix Chippewa Indians of Wisconsin and the related appeal, which is DIR-2019-0048. Mr. Oustigoff, do you have a copy of that document in the offices there with you with Attorney Anderson?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And so, Mr. Oustigoff, have you had a chance to review that document before today's hearing?
No. No.
Okay, is today the first day that you've seen this document?
Yes.
Okay. And so, so you did you have any prior knowledge before today's hearing that the tribe and the NIGC entered into a settlement agreement to deal with the notice of violation?
Yes. Chairman Susan Lowe posted it on the forum page.
Okay. And when you say forum page, is that like a website for tribal members, or?
It's a Facebook page that tribal members and non-tribal members are part of that get to read what's being posted with regards to the tribe.
Okay. And on page 7 of that settlement agreement, did you take notice when you saw it on the forum that that the tribe agreed to seek repayment of $25,954.92 paid to former tribal employee Neal Oustigoff?
No, all she posted was that the tribe reached a settlement and with some provisions that the tribe needs to do to reduce the fine, but she didn't give a breakdown of what they wanted.
Okay. And did you have were you aware before today's hearing that the tribe still has to pay a significant fine to the NIGC for violations of the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act?
Yeah, I believe it's 1 million. It'll be knocked down by 4.5 million if they meet certain criteria, and that's what Susan had posted on the forum page. It was a letter.
Okay. Your Honor, I would respectfully ask that the court accept onto the record as Exhibit 33 the settlement agreement that's been reached between the NIGC and the St. Croix Chippewa Indians of Wisconsin.
No objection.
Okay, the settlement agreement between the NIJC and the St. Croix Chippewa, Wisconsin, that document is of 10 pages, is accepted without objection.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, those are all of the questions that I have for Mr. Oustigoff.
Mr. Anderson,
Well, presumably this was an adverse calling. Clearly it was. Under the rules of civil procedure, I don't cross-examine my client at this time. I'll call him during my case in chief.
I don't have a problem with that. Give me a second here. Okay, Mr. Adams, you have any more witnesses?
Your Honor, I had originally planned to call Mr. Rick Peterson as a witness for the tribe, but unfortunately, Mr. Peterson is under a quarantine because of the pandemic, and he does not have the best. Well, he's not feeling the greatest, and then also he doesn't have the best internet connection at his home, and so. But based on, Your Honor, based on the fact that Mr. Oustigoff did not contest the receipt of any of the checks in his response to the interrogatories during discovery. And, Mr. Oustigoff hasn't disputed the fact that he received and deposited the checks today at the court. So because of that, I don't really, feel the need to call Mr. Peterson. And I don't want to hold up the proceedings before the court. So with that, Your Honor, I don't intend to call any other witnesses on the tribe's behalf.
All right. Thank you. I was just going to ask you to do that. Okay, Mr. Anderson, your case.
All right, I would call Neal Oustigoff, who's already been sworn. Please state your name, just for the record.
Neal Lee Oustigoff Sr.
One moment, please. Okay, Mr. Oustigoff, you're being called as by your attorney. You're now legal technicality jargon. You have a different hat, so to speak, as your attorney had pointed out earlier. So now you're still under oath, and the court expects you to tell the truth as you have sworn to earlier. Okay, Mr. Anderson, your witness.
Thank you. Again, please state.
Neal Lee Oustigoff Sr.
from the time that all of the various exhibits that were checks that ran from a period in May of 2015 forward, at any time did you have the power to order any employee of the tribe or the St. Croix Casino to write a check?
No,
You were an employee, correct?
yes,
Did you have any power whatsoever over the financial dealings of the tribe?
no,
In terms of all of the checks that ran, I believe, from Exhibit 7 through Exhibit 30. Did you ask that they be treated as employee pay advances? In some cases?
some cases, yes,
Okay. So let me ask you this. Was it common that casino employees would receive checks in a similar fashion as you did?
yes, some tribal members,
And a lot of those, you'd agree, were named in the notice of violation for various amounts. Would you agree?
yes,
Your Honor, I'm going to object. I couldn't get off of mute quick enough, but I'm going to object to being whether it's relevant, and then also foundation concerning if there was some other type of program for either other casino employees or other people that were named in the NOV. With all due respect to Attorney Anderson and his client, they haven't provided any evidence of that.
What we're going to do now, I'll lay some foundation.
Okay.
You can continue as long as you lay the foundation.
Thank you. Mr. Oustigoff, was it common knowledge among the casino employees that requests could be made for disbursements?
Objection. He can't. That's hearsay. He can't testify to what other casino employees were thinking at the time. He can provide witnesses that can testify to that, but how can Mr. Oustigoff testify to what other people were thinking?
If it was common knowledge, he can certainly testify to that. He's not saying what anyone said. He's talking about knowledge. I mean, we all know that today is Wednesday. Even though no one's provided any evidence to that effect. It's common knowledge.
I continue to object. He's got to prove that. He can't just say that.
Hold on. That's hearsay. The objection is sustained.
maybe he's back to I didn't hear what he was saying.
Did you hear what I said?
Pardon me, Judge?
Did you hear what I said?
No.
Okay. The question you're asking is calling for a hearsay answer, and the objection is sustained.
Thank you. Neal, in terms of the checks that you received, exhibits 7 through 30, did you ever take advantage of your brother leave Dino Oustigoff's position?
No, I did not.
Just show you again what has been marked as Exhibit 7. You made a request to the tribal council. Is that correct?
Yes,
Did you discuss that request in any way with your brother Dino?
no,
Did you discuss that request with Penny Phil?
no,
The letter. Do you know who contacted Penny to write you that check?
no, I do not. I gave this to the tribal council and waited for an approval or denial.
And that was given to you as a request for emergency funds.
Yeah,
And in fact, you had offered to pay that back through deductions.
yes,
Were deductions taken out of your checks from the remainder of your time frame at the casino?
for the ones that I requested to have deducted as far as an advance, yes, they were all paid back.
I'm gonna object, Your Honor. We don't, I mean, do we have proof of that?
He can certainly say it. It's his knowledge of his own life. And it's certainly within the possession of the tribe.
Mr. Adams, what's your objection?
My objection, Your Honor, is that I guess it's a foundational objection, Your Honor, because Mr. Oustigoff has not provided any documentary evidence to refute that. We've got no proof that he provided nothing in discovery to show that he made any repayments on those loans. And actually, he testified earlier as saying that he offered to pay them back, but they were never deducted.
They were marked as donations.
So, I mean, Your Honor, we have Mr. Oustigoff contradicting his previous testimony. He previously said that he had offered to pay them back. They were marked as donations, so he kept them and did not make any payments back. So, I mean, I'm extremely confused as to what it is, because he has not provided any documentary evidence to show the court that that, in fact, is the case. And he actually testified in the obverse earlier during the trial.
I'll rephrase.
So I don't know what, I'm objecting to.
I will rephrase.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Oustigoff, did you ask that the amount of $2,000 as check number 1816338 be categorized as a donation?
No, I did not.
Do you remember how you received this check?
It was sent to me, and when I inquired about payment, I was told it was a donation.
Showing you what's been marked Exhibit 8, a check for $1,500. In document 0189, you asked for this to be made as a per capita loan. Is that correct?
Yes,
And that letter is dated what?
February 7th, 2017.
And what is the date of the check?
February 15th, 2017.
Your letter was directed to the tribal council. Is that where it went?
Yes,
Did you ever ask that this be declared a donation?
no,
Do you know how it was declared a donation?
no, I don't. I was told it was.
Showing you what's been marked Exhibit 9. The check in the amount of $500 dated 5/24/17. And referring you to Exhibit 9, tribe number 0192. That's a letter to Penny. Is that correct?
Yes,
And you asked for that to be categorized as a payroll advance. Is that correct?
yes.
Maybe you need to explain to me that you needed to get things for your giveaway for your daughter. I don't understand what that's about. What was that all about?
Well, I was told after a 1-year anniversary or 1 year after my daughter passed, we were to hold a feast and give away items that were her favorite. Some of her favorite things are things that she liked. And we were to give them away in a community feast that our family needed to put on, or I needed to put on.
You asked for that to be a payroll advance, correct?
Yes,
Did you ask for it to be a donation?
no,
Do you know how it became a donation?
I was just told it was a donation.
Showing you check number 171077 as shown on Exhibit 10. This was one of the checks that was related to Neal Jr.'s basketball, AAU, is that right?
No, this one was for his Elite 80 basketball camp down in Chicago.
Oh, I'm sorry. There appear to be several names on the third page of that tribal exhibit number 0195.
Yes.
Do you recognize any of those signatures?
The first one on the top left was Lewis Taylor. He was the tribal chairman. Beverly Benjamin is the second one underneath. And mine is in the middle. And the one next to me is Elmer Emery. Those three are tribal council members.
And did you ever see this letter that you had directed to the tribal council until this lawsuit began?
Not since I turned it into them.
You turned this letter into the casino?
To the tribal council.
Okay. Did you ever see it with the signatures?
Yes,
Okay. And that went to the casino, is that right?
yes,
And you then received the money from the casino.
yes.
Were you asked to show any receipts at any time to specifically document expenses?
No.
All right.
At that time, it was common practice for employees or tribal members who got help that they didn't have to provide receipts.
Exhibit 10, document number 0194. Do you recognize the handwriting on that request for disbursement?
Yes,
Whose is that?
Penny Till.
Yeah. Did you ever fill out any request for disbursement forms like that?
No,
And did you believe that the signature of 3 tribal council members was approval for that disbursement to you?
yes, three's a quorum by their standard.
All right. Did you ask it to be designated as a donation?
No. I was requesting assistance, and if they would have told me to pay it back, I would have paid it back.
Okay. All right, and I'm gonna probably have to ask for your help. I'm gonna try to make this work. Check, the check shown on exhibit 11, that does relate to the Playmaker program, is that right?
Yes.
Now, how was that approved? That the council approved that you would get money for the AAU program.
I wrote up a request to the council, explaining to them that, you know, at these AAU tournaments that my son goes to, there are college scouts and recruiters in attendance at these tournaments. And I was asking them to help me make an investment into his future with a hope of him going on to play college basketball on a scholarship.
Was it also to show the St. Croix tribe in a good light as far as producing athletes?
Yes.
So the Virginia trip, which is documented on exhibit 12. Now, this Virginia trip was another all-star type program.
Yep, there's an all-American camp. There is, this camp was players selected from the Elite 80 camps that scouts focus put on throughout the country, and the top 80 to 100 basketball players from these camps were invited to this Elite 80 All-American camp.
All right. During the questioning of you concerning exhibit 12, you spoke that your son, Neal Jr., is a descendant. Is that correct?
Yes.
Why don't you explain that more fully as far as what that means?
Well, he's a first descendant, which was, you know, he's my son. I'm a tribal member, so he would be considered a first descendant. And it's a common practice, even with descendants, to receive help. I'm not the only one who had a son playing AAU basketball. I mean, we had a couple others other parents that I've spoken to where their kids have participated in the Wisconsin Playmaker basketball organization, AAU, and they were a descendant also. My son was in a higher class level with the Playmakers than the other kids due to his size and abilities and where he played his tournaments.
All right. How was it you got to Virginia?
He went to Chicago for his first Elite 80 camp. They had college coaches that were there in attendance that coached these teams. They were broken up into teams, and they played.
Let me stop you. Did you fly or did you drive?
We drove to Chicago. We flew to Virginia.
Okay. And that accounts for why there was some extra cost with Exhibit 13?
Yes.
How did this get approved, the Virginia trip?
I wrote a letter to the tribal council.
And the money appeared, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, I'm showing you what is marked Exhibit 13. And on the request for disbursement, the words, quotes, per Lewis Taylor. Lewis Taylor, you said was the chairman, correct?
Yeah.
And would Lewis just call Penny if you know?
I don't know how or who he would discuss it with. If he were, they would make a call down and, I don't know how they would do it.
And you never went to Penny and said, write the check?
No,
It just appeared and you got it and you took it, accepted it.
yes,
Okay, again, now, here's the St. Cloud basketball tournament. Was that AAU?
yes,
And that's the check that you got from the receipt, I'm sorry, the request for disbursement that appears to have been written up by Penny Phil.
yes.
Do you remember turning any receipts in her for mileage or hotels or anything on this one?
The hotels were paid by the credit card, I do believe. And the hotel was supposed to email them back. If they did, I don't know if they did or not.
Explain that. You would put this on your own credit card?
No, the casino,
Okay. And then you'd reimburse the casino or?
no, the casino would get the copy of the,
I see. Okay. Exhibit 15, which is the check for the Milwaukee tournament, AAU.
yes,
Exhibit 16 is the $300 for the travel involving Milwaukee. That was an involvement apparently by Ms. Kallenbach.
yes,
What is the name after that?
Hockenbach. That's her married name,
Oh,
Hockenbach.
because she goes by both.
Yeah.
I see. And you didn't fill that request for disbursement out, did you?
No,
And then it gets delivered or arrives to you, is that correct?
yes,
Showing you what's been marked Exhibit 17. This is for a St. Paul basketball tournament. Again, AAU,
yes,
as approved by the tribal council.
yes.
Did you make these hotel reservations that are shown here?
I made them and forwarded them to Penny Till for payment.
Okay. I see that this is a direct email from you to Penny. And you asked her for $30 for incidentals, is that correct?
Yeah,
We're talking parking fees or different things, whatever might come up.
yeah, I can't remember what it was exactly.
And this is part of the AAU program.
Yes,
And Exhibit 18, that's the Wisconsin Dells tournament, again, AAU,
yes,
okay? And these all go through the summer of 2015.
Yeah.
All right. I'm now going to show you the check for Oshkosh, Wisconsin, which is Exhibit 19. And you testified that this was for expenses because you were coaching a junior team or something?
yeah, there's a youth iron basketball team that was traveling and I was asked to come coach by the head coach of the program.
Okay, does that also include chaperoning?
Yeah,
Were there Native American children on the team you were coaching?
yes,
Any idea how many?
say 3,
Okay, and as a Native American yourself, coaching Native American children, do you believe this projects a positive image for the tribe in the local area?
I believe so.
Did you ask that the money shown on either Exhibit 19 or Exhibit 20 be shown in the tribal books as a donation?
No,
showing you what's been marked Exhibit 21. This was for travel to Milwaukee. And this is now into the time frame when Neal Jr. is playing college basketball. Is that correct?
Yes,
You made a request in writing to Dino
yes,
for this money. And apparently he approved it and passed it on to Penny.
I assume so.
You didn't take it to Penny.
No,
And I see that it's marked donation. You didn't ask it to be marked a donation.
no,
And for all you know, that could have been Penny that decided to call it a donation.
yes,
Similarly, I'm showing you Exhibit 22, which was for basketball travel. And in this case, that travel was to
Grand Rapids.
Grand Rapids and
Thief River Falls.
Thief River Falls. All right. Now, this doesn't have a written request from you. Do you know how this came about?
I did request it. I don't know where the request went.
And that request would have gone to the tribe.
Yeah,
Did you have any direct contact with Penny to make this donation?
no,
Okay. Did you know that it was going to be declared a donation?
no, I didn't.
You were just asking for help.
Yeah.
Showing you what's been marked Exhibit 23. This was for travel to Anoka. This was only for mileage down and back, correct?
Yes,
And this is when you took Neal Jr.'s grandmother, you testified, correct?
yes,
Is Neal Jr.'s grandmother a tribal member?
yes.
What is her name?
Beverly Oustigoff.
And she didn't get any, if you know, she didn't get any reimbursement, if you know.
No,
You got mileage for taking a tribal elder somewhere.
yes,
Exhibit 24, this was a trip where because of it being your son's birthday,
oh, my daughter,
I'm
late daughter's
sorry.
birthday.
Courtney's, your late daughter's birthday, you asked for help to get the whole family down together. Is that right?
Yes,
And this appears to have been sent as a direct request to Penny.
yes.
Did you talk to her about it?
I just told her I was sending an email and she said she'll look for it.
Okay. Again, you don't have any authority to order her to do it,
No,
and then the money just shows up.
yes,
Exhibit 25. That shows up as a donation. Did you ask it to be a donation?
no,
And this also was directed as an email to Penny.
yes. There's a request.
And you didn't even know how they figured mileage, did you?
No,
You gave her the distances. And do you recognize the handwriting on Tribe 0239,
yes, that's Penny's.
where she must have figured mileage in some fashion?
Yeah,
And that's the check you got.
yes,
This appears to have been a request to Dino for this one, that he must have passed it on.
yeah,
All right, Neal, I'm going to show you Exhibit 26. This is a check to you as a per diem for going down to Madison with the Siren basketball team, is that right?
Yes,
And on the request for disbursement, it would indicate that it was from 3/15/19 to 3/19.
yeah.
3/15 to 3/19. So first of all, were there Native Americans playing on those teams that went along?
Yes,
Do you recall how many?
there's 2 tribal and 2 descendants, I believe.
Okay. Did you know these children well?
Yes,
Is that through your volunteer coaching?
yes.
And
That was my nephew.
so at least you might have some control over that teenage boy?
Yes.
All right. Do you know how this came about? In terms of the amount that was given to you?
No, it was just given to me.
Okay. Did you have to take days off work for this or earn vacation or what do you do?
Yeah, I took vacation.
Okay. And per diem covers other expenses, food and the like. All right. Is that right?
Yes,
Okay.
a lot of kids that went didn't have money, or a whole lot of money given to them by their parents.
And were you acting to a certain extent as a tribal ambassador?
Yeah,
On the request for disbursement, I see handwriting that says Siren Ball, Chaperone Madison. Do you recognize that handwriting?
actually,
It's actually in 2 places. You recognize it?
not that one, no.
Okay, how about the one in the middle of the page?
Yeah, that was Penny's.
Okay. Next, I'm going to show you the check for $624.03, Exhibit 27, which is, it's marked as Lawrence, Kansas. In this case, there were several family members that went to Kansas to see your daughter. Is that correct?
It was just Karen and I.
Joe, just you and Karen? All right. How long had it been, if you can tell me, since Allison had been home?
Well, that one is Shawnee, my daughter
Oh,
Shawnee.
Shawnee, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, she
you
was.
can't get help from,
I know,
Mary.
I'm trying to think here because I know she was to come home, but she ended up staying down there for summer school. She was gonna come home after her semester was done. But she made a decision to go on to summer school, so we decided to make the trip. And I think she just didn't want to come home with that date being so close to an anniversary. And so,
Okay. On document number 0244 of Exhibit 27, did you have anything to do with that being declared a donation?
no,
The check was just received. Is that right?
yeah.
Now, showing you Exhibit 28, that's a check for mileage to Madison.
Yeah.
And what did you go to Madison for?
My girlfriend Karen Washington, who's the education director, was going down to accept an education award from the Wisconsin Department of Education.
When you say she's the education director, she's the education director for who?
The St. Croix tribe.
Is Karen an enrolled tribe member?
Yes,
And she received an award from the Department of Public Instruction?
yes. Or she was being recognized down there. I can't remember if it was award or recognition. But
You requested assistance in your correspondence. Did you, you asked for mileage down and back?
Yes.
You didn't ask for lodging?
No,
Didn't ask for food?
no,
You just wanted to be there while another tribal member whom you're involved with receives an award?
yeah,
Showing you Exhibit 29. Uh, This was the check that was made out to the US Treasury for your tax problems. Is that right?
yes,
Apparently you provided at least a portion of the tax paperwork that worked out that showed you needed $720 for the initial payment. Is that correct?
yes,
And you made a request
to Penny.
to Penny. Do you know what channels she may have gone through to get the approval to send that check further, or to cut that check rather?
No, I don't.
Do you know what channels of any sort has still went through to cut checks that either benefited you or were received by you in this process?
No,
I'm showing you what's been marked Exhibit 30, which was a check for $2,500 toward Courtney's funeral expenses. Neal, do you know how this check came about?
no,
Did you ask for it?
no,
Did you receive it?
yes,
Do you know others within the tribe who've received assistance with funeral expenses?
yes,
Did you think that this was, oh, you never requested this?
no. I don't think they have either. I think it was just a common practice that they got it, the heads of the oldest child, if it was a parent lost, or the father, mother. I don't know.
The tribe helped with funeral
Yeah.
expenses. Neal, with your familiarity with tribal ordinances or the National Indian Gaming Act, did you think that any of the payments that you received from the tribe that are at issue here were improper?
No. I mean, I know a lot of other people who have gotten the help that are listed that aren't here in court today. I mean, if they're going to do this, why isn't everybody else in court that was on that list?
No further questions.
You wait 1 minute before we proceed. Okay, Mr. Adams, to proceed.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. So, Mr. Oustigoff, on direct examination, your attorney asked you if you had any power to order an employee of the casino or the tribal government to issue a check to you. And I understand that you didn't have that authority, but you still could make those requests, correct?
Yep, that's all I could do is make them.
Okay. And Mr. Oustigoff, when you received your per capita distributions, like in the past when the tribe provided per capita distributions to you, did those come from the casino or did they come from the tribal government?
The tribal government.
Okay. And so at any point when, like during this time where you were asking for either advances on per capita or did it strike you as being odd that the checks were coming from the casino and not from the tribal government?
No, because I mean, other people who made requests through the casino, I've gotten them. I was making mine through per cap, and it was sent down by tribal council is all I can assume was done.
Okay. And Mr. Oustigoff, I want to turn your attention to your attorney walked you through Exhibit 13 and directed your attention to document number tribe NO 0203, where it's a request for disbursement. And there's a line there that says per Lewis Taylor. June 12th of 2015. So Mr. Oustigoff, given, I mean, your attorney just asked you on direct examination, given your understanding of tribal law and federal law, if you felt that any of these disbursements were, if there was anything wrong with them, and you said that no, you didn't, based on your understanding. But I would ask, based on your understanding of tribal law, does one individual tribal council member have the power to disperse funds of the tribe independently, you know, of their own power?
They've done it in the past. I mean, they've done it when you worked for the tribe, Andrew. One person, the tribal chairman, Lewis Taylor, at the time was very powerful. He did a lot of things on his own. Now, if he did this on his own, I don't know. I talked to him. I don't know who he talked to, if he talked to the other council members and made the call himself. I don't know.
So, but I'm asking Mr. Oustigoff, based on your understanding of tribal law, do tribal council members at St. Croix have the independent authority to disperse funds that are owned by the tribe based on their own individual power?
I don't know.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Oustigoff, in preparation for like the case, like when you received a copy of the complaint, when you received a copy of the complaint that the tribe filed against you, did you take any effort to to secure any documents for your defense as evidence?
No, because once I was shown everything that they had, I agreed to it. And when I met with the general counsel in their office with Mr. Anderson before Thanksgiving of last year.
Okay, and
we received a copy of everything that they had.
okay. Did you by chance in preparation for this trial, like go through your email account to see if you could find, you know, any evidence to kind of contradict the arguments that the tribe was making against you?
I looked through my emails, but a lot of the stuff that I in hindsight should have made copies of, especially with the signatures that I had received, but I didn't because I assumed it was all okay and I wouldn't have been handpicked by council to be in this lawsuit.
And so, Mr. Oustigoff, you've testified on the record that in relation to, and correct me if I'm wrong, but what I heard you say was that for Exhibit 26, the $1,000 payment that you received to travel to Madison, and then Exhibit 30, the $2,500 that you did not expressly ask for either one of those checks. They just showed up.
Yes.
So, Mr. Oustigoff, during this time frame, like when it comes to these two checks in particular, and then any other checks that may have showed up where you did not request the checks, did it ever occur to you not to accept the money?
Well, and going to Madison, knowing that, you know, my nephew, who's a tribal member, and we had some other kids who were native descendants and are not, I knew they would need they would probably need money while they were down there. You know, a lot of the parents didn't send a whole lot of money with their kids. The $2,500 check that I got for my daughter, you know, at that time, I probably split it up amongst her siblings and said, you know, here, you know, I can't remember exactly to that date on what we did, because I mean, that came a day before we laid her to rest. And I think I might have just gave it to her brother and sisters.
Right. And I'm not, Mr. Oustigoff, I'm not asking about like I guess what you did after you accepted the checks. What I'm asking is if you received a check and you did not ask for it, right? It just shows up unannounced. At any point, did you question whether you should deposit that check, whether you should accept it?
Well, I questioned when they came and what it was for. And once it was explained to me, then I made the decision to go ahead and keep it.
Okay, so you would receive these unannounced checks, and then you did actually check in with somebody or inquire as to the purpose of them. And then once that was explained to you, then you went ahead and kept the checks.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. With that, Your Honor, I don't have any further questions on cross-examination.
No redirect, Your Honor.
Mr. Oustigoff, you're no longer a witness, but remain around as you're still the defendant.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And Mr. Anderson, do you have any other witnesses?
I do not.
All right. Mr. Adams, you have a rebuttal witness?
No, I don't, Your Honor. I'm prepared. I would respectfully ask for like a 15-minute break, and then I would be prepared, Your Honor, to provide a closing statement to the court.
Mr. Anderson, you agreeable with this?
Certainly.
All right, I will come back at 3 o'clock and we'll do all, the court will hear closing arguments.
Thank you.
Okay, everybody is back. We took a short recess. The parties have closed their cases. Right now, the court is going to entertain closing arguments. Mr. Adams, you will go first, and then Mr. Anderson, you will complete that. And then we'll go from there. After that, I'll let you guys know how we're going to proceed going forward. Mr. Adams, are you prepared?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, proceed.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, this case, in a lot of ways, I would respectfully argue, revolves around a number of themes, and one of them is entitlement, Your Honor, and another theme, Your Honor, is a lack of documentary evidence that's been provided by the defense. And I'm going to start with that one, Your Honor. Mr. Oustigoff hasn't provided, he did not provide anything in discovery to contradict any of the arguments that the tribe made related to the disbursements that he received. He did not provide any receipts. He did not provide any testimony besides his own or anything else to account for the funds that he received. And Your Honor, he hasn't provided a credible explanation as to how the receipt of these disbursements were not in violation of the gaming ordinance and the tribe's revenue allocation plan. And with all due respect to Mr. Oustigoff, Your Honor, the other major theme in this case is that ignorance of the law is not a defense. Mr. Oustigoff, through his educational background, his training in the industry, and also his educational experience in both management and compliance in the St. Croix casinos, position him as an individual who had an understanding of how the tribe's gaming ordinance worked and how federal law, that being the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act, worked when it comes to essentially financial operations of a casino. And Your Honor, so it's surprising to me that that in this case, ignorance of the law is one of the defenses that is being offered up. That how could, essentially what the defendant is saying is, how could I violate tribal law if I didn't know I was actually violating it? When in this position, in the positions that he was employed in, Your Honor, at the tribe's casinos, a reasonable person would find it unbelievable that the general manager of a casino, someone working in as a financial analyst and also as a compliance officer, would not have a proper understanding of the tribe's own gaming ordinance and of the federal laws that control tribal gaming within Indian country. So, Your Honor, through the presentation of evidence, the tribe respectfully argues that it has established each of the elements of the 4 counts presented in the tribe's complaint. And it goes without saying, Your Honor, that the defendant received and cashed checks directly from the St. Croix casinos that were not made equally available to all tribal members in violation of tribal law. I know that the defendant has testified that either this was available to a bunch of other people or it was common knowledge that this type of these types of issues were happening. But I respectfully counter that argument, Your Honor, with why hasn't the defendant produced witnesses that could testify to that, to those statements? They are absent in this case, and the defendant additionally has not provided any documentary evidence to bolster those claims, Your Honor. And so under count 1, it was the violation of the tribal gaming ordinance concerning those travel disbursements. And Mr. Oustigoff took those disbursements in a manner that was prohibited by the tribe's gaming ordinance. Regardless of how they were requested or who signed off on them, Your Honor, I believe that a person in Mr. Oustigoff's position at the time had the knowledge and the technical know-how to question whether checks were legitimate or not. Additionally, the should have known, or that it was not allowed, we've provided evidence of that, Your Honor. And we have shown that the tribe was damaged through the issuance of the settlement, the notice of violation, the proposed notice of civil fine assessment, and then also the settlement agreement, Your Honor. I mean, again, from a reasonable person standpoint, it's not a coincidence. It didn't just occur out of nowhere that Mr. Oustigoff was named in these enforcement documents from the NIGC for a significant amount of money. Under count 2, the violation of the tribal gaming ordinance when it comes to advanced disbursements, again, Your Honor, the same rationale holds true to the travel disbursements. Under count 3, the violation of the tribal gaming ordinance related to miscellaneous disbursements, such as the one to the IRS. Your Honor, would argue that the same basis for those counts hold true under count 3. And Your Honor, the tribe would argue that by finding that Mr. Oustigoff violated tribal law under counts 1, 2, and 3, that then he must be found liable for misapplying funds under tribal law, and then the court is then compelled to issue a declaratory judgment finding him ineligible for running for office in the future. And so, Your Honor, the tribe's formal request for relief is that the tribe requests that the court find the defendant liable for those 3 counts of violating the tribe's gaming ordinance, and to issue a declaratory judgment that because the defendant is not eligible to run for office in the future. The tribe also requests that you issue an order requiring the defendant to pay in restitution the amount of $25,257.41 in damages related to those disbursements. And the tribe also requests that you order the defendant to pay the tribe's attorney's fees in this litigation, and then also any appropriate court imposed fees in the case, Your Honor. And with that, Your Honor, I rest my case.
Okay, Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please, the court, for lack of a better term, when Neal Oustigoff received these payments, he was a mid-level management employee at the St. Croix Casino or elsewhere within the tribal enterprises. He had zero power over any financial dealings at that time. He could not order a check. He had to go through channels, which is precisely what he did. He testified that he had no idea how the St. Croix tribe entered the payments to him on their books. That was strictly done by the bookkeeping department, if you will. Neal testified as to the power of tribal council. Most of his requests that turned out to be for all of the basketball showcases, the AAU, the All-Star games, those were approved.
You froze, Mr. Anderson.
The approval, which apparently then was forwarded to the casino payables department for payment. Now, the plaintiff would argue that any payments to an individual member of the tribe is wrong. The 25 U.S. Code, section 2710 B2B and 2710 D1A2 sub 2 reads, for allocation of revenues from gaming operations are used for the following purposes: to provide for the general welfare of the Indian tribe and its members. Now, that would indicate that individual members can be the recipient of tribal gaming funds. What has happened here is, as Mr. Oustigoff made his requests to tribal council and also to Penny Thill, certain of those requests he asked for them to be repaid through payment, through payroll withholding, and in fact proposed a $50 per paycheck payment in one of his requests. The fact that the money was then provided to him as something that they ran through donations internally is nothing that he would have any knowledge of whatsoever. The unsolicited check that shows on Exhibit 30, which he received for $2,500 for funeral expenses. Neal was in the throes of the grief of his daughter being killed, and a check arrives unsolicited from the tribe. He's a tribal member. He's an employee of the casino. Is it really his obligation to go asking questions about why did I get this? I think not. What we've got here is someone who did work for the casino, who is a tribal member, who made written requests for various things that were approved by people above him within the tribe, whether it be council or Penny Thill, I don't know. But nonetheless, he made the requests. If these were wrong, deny them. But if they're approved, the payment comes to, then he doesn't get the explanation of it all. He gets the check. Whether it be, again, tribal council or the process at payroll, or not rather at payroll, but at the tribal payables center. Now, if anything, probably the the court will have to go through each individual check, look at each individual request, what the reasons were, and what the tribe may have done such that that loan was, or that payment was made. I mean, even going back to exhibit, I'm sorry, I don't have the exhibit, but one of them was a $1,500 payment early on. That was exhibit 8. Neal requested a per cap loan because of his tax problems. Instead, someone made a decision, gave him a check, called it hardship. He had nothing to do with that being called a hardship, or others being called donations, or others being called emergency funds. He made his requests through channels, the funds came. How is a person who makes a request such as that to know that somewhere in the fine print of ordinances that he's not fully versed in? He's not a lawyer. He did a year at Stout and a few casino management courses up at LCO. But he's to fully understand, as I think all of this litigation has shown, as well as the notice of violation from the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act and the NGIC. This is complicated stuff. He got something that was not through the RAP program. We understand that. But it was all documented. It was not hidden. It was not, there was no attempt to cover any of this up whatsoever. And that leads me to count 4 of the complaint, the declaratory judgment. When the court looks at the Article 8, Section 2 of the ordinance involving elections, the nominee has been found by the St. Croix Tribal Court in a civil matter and or criminal action, and we are clearly in a civil matter, to have misappropriated, embezzled, stole, misapplied, converted, or willfully permitted the misapplication of any of the monies, funds, and so on. Neal didn't deal with any of that. He received money he asked for and got properly documented, and he received those funds with the exception of the unsolicited donation for the funeral. I mean, those are pretty strong words, embezzled. I mean, you think of embezzlement, you think of stealing from an employer by covering something up. Stole, that's when you take it out of the till. I mean, misapplied, that would be if he was paying his rent with money he requested for something else. Converted, that's the standard word in the law. The fact is, Neal Oustigoff should not be deemed ineligible for office. These payments to him came by going through channels, and he received them, and therefore he should not be declared ineligible for tribal office. So with that said, Your Honor, we're asking that the prayer for relief be determined by the court on an individual check-by-check basis, and that the court dismiss count 4 in the complaint, which is the request for declaratory judgment. I would request also that each side of this case bear its own attorney's fees and costs. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Adams, I'm going to give you one opportunity to respond to what Mr. Anderson had to say.
Well, Your Honor, I would disagree with Mr. Or Attorney Anderson's description of Mr. Oustigoff as a mid-level manager. He was the general manager of the largest casino owned and operated by the St. Croix Chippewa Indians of Wisconsin. As the general manager of that casino, he owed a fiduciary duty to the casino and the tribe to ensure that revenue was.
I'm going to object to this argument. He was general manager outside the time frame of when these allegations arose some 5 years later, 3 to 5 years later.
Sustained. Continue, Mr. Adams.
Okay, but from an educational standpoint, at some point in his history, he was in high-level positions of duty and power related to tribal gaming at St. Croix. That's unrefuted. He's already testified to that. And Your Honor, I also disagree with Attorney Anderson's characterization of misapplication. Under St. Croix law, by Mr. Oustigoff accepting payments that don't conform with tribal law, that's misapplying the funds. Mr. Oustigoff could have returned any of those checks back to any office or agency that issued the checks, but he did not. So he's complicit in misapplication. And Your Honor, I will also argue that Mr. Oustigoff, as the evidence shows, and as he has testified, benefited from preferential treatment since his brother, Leva Oustigoff, was the general manager at the casino during the applicable time and would tell his brother, Neal Oustigoff, just take the checks. And Your Honor, I will additionally argue that the vast majority of tribal members at the St. Croix tribe during the time frame that we're talking about, their older brother or younger brother was not Leva Oustigoff, who could just cut checks and give them to them.
Objection assumes facts not in evidence.
Your Honor, at the time these activities were occurring, Mr. Oustigoff, I will argue, benefited from preferential treatment that was not afforded to all of the other tribal members, that was protected under tribal law, i.e. the gaming ordinance and the revenue allocation plan.
Hold on.
And I will rest my arguments there.
All right. Okay, Mr. Anderson, you have one.
Sorry, Judge, you're frozen.
Opportunity to make one last comment. My internet connection is unstable right now. Hold on for a second. Can you hear me better now?
Much better, thank you.
Okay. You have an opportunity to make one further comment regarding what Mr. Adams just had to say, and that'll be the end of this discussion.
Certainly. Just briefly, there is no evidence that would show that Neal Oustigoff Sr. got any preferential treatment from his brother. If the process not, it exists, the process exists. Neal Oustigoff Jr. made the, whether through tribal council or to Ms. Phil, they were approved. The process exists. He received the funds because he had done things that supervising children who are tribal members, coaching children who are tribal members, and the like. He did not misapply these funds. He asked for a reason. When the reasons were spelled out, the checks were sent to him. A donation from an employer to a it's owned by a tribe for a tragedy, I can't imagine. I'm sure I was supposed to get this. Under those circumstances, he received a donation from his employer, who also happens to be a tribe of which he is a member. Neal Oustigoff did not do anything wrong in receiving these funds. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, you guys, I'm gonna wanna look over this stuff. You've give me a number of things to think about, both of you. I'm gonna ponder on these things, and I'll be ready to make a decision tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Mr. Adams, I'm going to ask you to do an invite and invite us all to a session tomorrow at 10 o'clock, at which time I will announce my decision. Okay.
Your Honor, would it be okay to just use the existing video conference link that was shared with there?
That'll be just perfectly fine. Like I said, 10 o'clock the time that I'll be
Okay.
available at that time.
So what I'll do, Your Honor, is just circulate an update to that link where it starts at 10.
All right. All right, with that, this hearing's adjourned, and I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. Court's adjourned.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.